The chair now recognizes the Honourable Member for Garden Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today not on my own might, nor my own power, but by the Spirit of the Almighty God, the strong support for my wife and my children, and I stand on the authority of the electors of the Garden Hills constituency who allowed me to speak on their behalf in this hallowed chamber. I'm truly honored, Mr. Speaker, to be their member of parliament and to represent them during these crises. Mr. Speaker, coming off the heels of the Labor Day parade, Labor Day generally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt thanks to all of the hardworking Bahamians who have sacrificed time and effort to accomplish their individual and collective goals. Let us remember, too, those persons who sacrificed their lives during June 1942, who fought amongst others for equality, sovereignty, and justice, which ushered in social and political reform in this great country. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I wish for all of us to remember the 4 women who lost their lives and the many who were injured due to the 2018 Labor Day parade. Mr. Speaker, we have also heard the Honorable Minister of Labor say in his Labor Day speech for 2020 that there is a need, in fact an urgent need, for industrial harmony within our workplace if this country is going to be advanced. We need to find solutions to the pressing concerns within our country. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, discussions will continue with the unions as they know that we are their friends. Mr. Speaker, we are a resilient people. The years 2019 and 2020 will be years that we will all remember. They will be in our hearts and in the souls of every single Bahamian. In 2019, we suffered in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, a hurricane that brought destruction to the islands of Abaco and Grand Bahama in the month of September. And now the global pandemic of COVID-19, the respiratory virus that claimed the lives of 11 Bahamians and brought the country's economy to its knees. But we will rebuild, Mr. Speaker. We are going to rebound. We're going to be even stronger because we are a resilient people and we are determined to provide social support for our people. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has become an unprecedented challenge. It threatens our health, our livelihood, and our peace of mind. Indeed, it has threatened our very way of life. It is no surprise, Mr. Speaker, that both the public and the private sector have responded to this pandemic. And now, Mr. Speaker, all eyes are on the government. And this government must meet the needs of our citizens during this pandemic and its aftermath. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Public Service and National Insurance, I believe for this country the best is yet to come. Our people are resilient, Mr. Speaker. No matter how much it impacts and challenges us, we just keep moving ahead. Gilbert Tully said it best, Mr. Speaker. Persistence and resilience only come from having been given the chance to work through difficult problems. And this is our opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to work through these challenges. This pandemic has proven that Bahamians are innovative, that they are problem solvers, and that they are determined. We've embraced the opportunity to work remotely from our homes, the ability to engage with other social media, and the innovation to create remote health monitoring. Mr. Speaker, we've all now become accustomed to meeting via Zoom. We've become accustomed to concluding and making decisions over the internet. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is the new norm for our people. We are adapting because we are strong, because we are tough. And this government will provide the social support that is necessary to keep the Bahamas strong. Today, Mr. Speaker, as the government continues its journey through post-Hurricane Dorian, and at the same time deals with the battle of COVID-19, let us remember that we not see this as a time of only hardship. It will be difficult to get our resolve to try to overcome if that's all we see. Because we are strong, and we definitely see these challenges amongst our people. Challenges which have altered our security, our safety, our economy, our accessibility to goods and services, and even the way we conduct worship and our way of life. We, as Bahamians, must come together and work and see how we can progress this country as well. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here this afternoon, allow me to acknowledge and offer my heartfelt condolences and gratitude to the brave men and women of the public service and of national insurance. Many of these persons have sacrificed their personal health and have worked on the front line during this pandemic. In particular, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare professionals, our social workers, our environmental health employees, police officers, defense force officers, and Marines, road traffic employees, and members of the National Insurance Board and staff. Mr. Speaker, working on the front line has not been easy. I know, because in my house there's a frontline worker, Mr. Speaker, and it was difficult, I thought, for him to adapt to coming through one door, going in one bathroom, and then to his room. But he practiced almost every day to make sure that he limited his contact once he got from work. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate our teachers. Our teachers who were able to engage almost 50,000 students via online learning. This must have been a challenge, Mr. Speaker. But from what I'm hearing from the Minister of Education, things have gone quite well. And so I congratulate those teachers. I congratulate the teachers in particular because they did this work without making any noise. I was somewhat surprised, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the teachers, though, had some difficulty with the recommendations to return to work. And I will get, during my presentation, to a section which will outline specifically what permanent secretaries have recommended and the government has accepted as a way and the process and protocol for returning to work. Mr. Speaker, the persons that I've mentioned have been the heart and soul in this war against COVID-19. And we thank them for their loyalty, for their sacrifice. And I said to them earlier, Mr. Speaker, during a meeting with the union, that the government is determined to do what it can to support them. And they fully understand that at this time, there will be some restraints. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the National Insurance Board and to provide an update on the National Insurance Board, which also falls under my portfolio. The vision statement adopted by the National Insurance Board, Mr. Speaker, is to be recognized as a reasonable and sustainable social protection system that constantly meets its mandate. To be recognized as a reasonable and sustainable social protection system that constantly meets its mandate. Mr. Speaker, what I'm going to say to you in the next few minutes about national insurance will demonstrate very clearly a commitment that has been sustainable, an organization that provided social protection, and one that constantly met its demand. In just a few short months, Mr. Speaker, the National Insurance Board will celebrate its 47th anniversary as administrators of Social Security for workers of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, having received its mandate on the 7th of October, 1974. Over the past years, Mr. Speaker, NIB has successfully served its purpose by providing important Social Security benefit and assistance in a reliable, economically safe social safety net for tens of thousands of Bahamian workers and their dependents when the ability or the opportunity to earn wages or income is interrupted or suspended. From short-term benefits to long-term benefits, NIB has been a godsend for Bahamian workers. But, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding that, at no time over the course of the last 46 years has that commitment inherent in NIB vision statement been more evident or relevant for workers in the Bahamas than it has been in the last 9 months. From Dorian in September to the impact of COVID-19 in March 2020, the benefits provided by this Social Security program has rescued thousands of workers with income replacing benefits when they desperately need it, Mr. Speaker. A few months prior to COVID, NIB was grappling with the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. No one could have foreseen the economic devastation that would be visited upon this country by a major hurricane like Dorian. And NIB had to be ready to deal with the consequence in terms of benefit payments. NIB, working with the Department of Labor, readied itself to receive the many storm survivors seeking unemployment benefit during Dorian. Close to 1,500 claims from Abaco and Grand Bahama were awarded and continue to be awarded due to Hurricane Dorian. NIB has been a proud partner with the Ministry of Finance in the extension of the unemployment program for an additional 13 weeks for those directly impacted by Hurricane Dorian. This special extended government-funded unemployment program provided for Dorian victims an additional 13 weeks of benefits where they remained unemployed at the expiration of the NIB benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, basically what I'm saying is the NIB, as it's stated in law, can offer you unemployment assistance for 13 weeks. The government, realizing that there was struggle and people were having hardship in both Grand Bahama and Abaco, the government, as the PLP would say, determined to put some money in and throw it on the ground for them. And so an additional 13 weeks was added by the government using government funds to support individuals in Abaco and Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, I said to you a few short weeks ago that COVID-19 served a very hard blow to the Bahamian economy. And I demonstrated this, Mr. Speaker, by saying for the last 7 weeks, basically there has not been one tourist to come to the Bahamas. Think about that. Think about the funds that we would have received if things were going as normal. But for the last 7 weeks, not one tourist was allowed to come to the Bahamas. This has resulted, Mr. Speaker, in severe business closures, and thousands of Bahamians have been laid off or have become unemployed in the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that more than 40,000 workers has either been interrupted or there has been some suspension from their earnings or from work in the past 3 months. And this is due only to COVID. NIB's main objective and priority, therefore, for the last 7 weeks was to make sure that claims from these persons that were unemployed and that are still unemployed, that these claims were processed in the fastest and the quickest possible way. We started the process, Mr. Speaker, by simply taking the carefully considered position that we have to do something to help those persons that may have been impacted by COVID. those households, Mr. Speaker. And so we determined that our first step would be that we would pay pensions a little bit earlier than the prescribed date. And so, in the last 3 months, Mr. Speaker, we've made available to Bahamians their pensions at an earlier date. And therefore, NIB has put approximately $67 million in early pension payments so that individual families could carry on their way of life. $67 million. And that was to make sure that seniors in this country, seniors who we know are vulnerable, that they got their monies, that they would not be dependent, and they got it at a time when it was most dearly needed. Mr. Speaker, during this period as well, NIB also made the public aware that sickness benefits is an accessible benefit for individuals who are quarantined as a result of their exposure or suspected exposure to COVID-19. So, again, if you had COVID-19, or you're suspected of having COVID-19, if you were quarantined, you could apply to NIB. You could get a payment from NIB because you were off the job. You were not working. And that benefit was applied as a sick benefit. Mr. Speaker, massive layoff caused by the economic downturn that COVID-19 imposed resulted in an inordinate amount of applications for the ordinary unemployment benefit of NIB. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go through the stages and the process that NIB took once it made a determination, or once it was known, or we were told, and we monitored what was taking place. We then determined that the best way to deal with this was to make sure that COVID-19 was carefully reached by NIB, that we had the plans and strategies in place to make sure that we could respond. So there was a threat. When the threat existed, we built a plan, a business continuity plan, to say, okay, here's the threat level. When the first COVID-19 incident was confirmed in the Bahamas, we took another step. Now, Mr. Speaker, after all these threats and COVID-19 was in place, we knew, and we were guided by the health professionals, that our business processes would be interrupted, and the way we operated normally in business would have to change. So the first thing we did was consolidated the offices in New Providence, consolidated them to headquarters so that the risk would be reduced. And then we started to offer alternative to our customers. We publish many special notices, keep the public informed about changes. We removed approximately 2/3 of our staff to our headquarters. And obviously, by moving the staff to the headquarters, we had to readjust our functions. And so we focus on rapidly registering claims, making sure adjudication was taking place, making sure the payment of these claims was in place. And we were ready for unemployment benefit to thousands of ordinary Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, like so many other agencies throughout the Commonwealth, NIB quickly implemented an online service to accommodate a society that restricted movement. So what we said was, okay, we know you can't come to NIB. So we made the adjustments, put all our claim forms online, and asked our customers to provide us with their information electronically. To fill in all of the apps, to fill in all the forms. And what was so interesting, Mr. Speaker, I was advised, and saw it with my own eye, that once you applied to NIB electronically, you got an immediate response. The response was either, yes, everything is okay with your claim, or this is what you have to do, complete this claim. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. In less than a month, we had to move from all of that paper. We had to move to get things done electronically, because what we were told, you can't come in crowds. You can't come down to the offices. Offices then had to make adjustments. We made that initial adjustment, and over 40,000 applications were made electronically to NIB to pay claims. Mr. Speaker, this new approach for rapidly processing of unemployment benefits was further expedited by a special arrangement made by NIB. NIB took the position that what we had to do was to talk to the major business owners. We couldn't go to Atlantis, for example, and have every single employee from Atlantis, over 5,000 of them, converge on NIB to get a claim done. We determined that the best way to deal with this problem was to arrange to expedite the claim. So we went to medium and small-sized businesses and said to them, send us your information. We will process your claim. We will then send the checks back to you, and you can distribute those checks to your customers. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that exercise, approximately 23,000 unemployment claims were processed within the first 6 weeks of a shutdown. Compare this, Mr. Speaker, with the fact that NIB was accustomed to only processing 7,000 claims a year. 7,000 in a year. 23 in 6 weeks. And had to do 23,000 in 6 weeks. And it's more than 23,000. That's 23,000 of the expedited claims, and 7,000 more of claims that went through the normal process. Mr. Speaker, I talked about the claims that went through the V3 process. So, Mr. Speaker, in our computer system at NIB, and I'm talking basically about the V3 claims, 9,000 persons were paid and approved. We dispersed 20,000 different disbursements to individuals, and the payout was $11 million. That's through the regular computer system at NIB. Let's look at what we did, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Get it? No, just slide it. Oh, okay. Hello. Mr. Speaker, I want the Bahamian people to take a look at this slide, Mr. Speaker. This is critical. The key point here is, if NIB had processed all of these claims through its computer system, there would have been delays because of checks in the system, etc. So we determined that we were going to expedite the process. We're going to go to the business community. We're going to go to hotels. Hotels have a list of who they're paying and how much they're paying. They have a list of persons that we know work for the hotels. And so, Mr. Speaker, 24,000 plus applications have been approved and paid. 24,000 applications amounting to $38.1 million. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. And one of my colleagues told me when I spoke about NIB and the monies, he told me that I'm talking too much money. Mr. Speaker, the duty of NIB during this period I said earlier was to work as quickly as possible, provide funds to these individuals as quickly as possible. We're talking, Mr. Speaker, about making over 62,000 disbursements, paying over $38 million to 24,000 Bahamians within a period of a month. Mr. Speaker, the hotel worker, small business operator, all had to come to NIB, all got their monies with the least resistance. And I see a pundit on the TV the other day and on What's Up saying that there was a long line at NIB and they don't know why NIB is carrying on with these lines. And I made it a point, Mr. Speaker, to go to NIB almost every single day. And the observation that I made, and I said to my colleagues, and I said to the director, yes, there was some line in the morning. But if you went to NIB by 12 noon, the line was completely gone. If you go to the sports center, the lines have been completely gone. And Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why the lines were gone, Mr. Speaker, because we determined that, one, we will make those checks available to the hotels. Secondly, we made an arrangement with a private firm. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, when we could not find individuals or when we could not deposit their monies directly, we had to pay them. And therefore, that line was created. So, Mr. Speaker, imagine any company that was accustomed to paying 7,000 claims a year, 7,000 a year, and now you had 50,000 in 2 months. 50,000 in 2 months. Thousands of Bahamians have been served. And NIB has spent nearly $60 million of its money to help during this COVID-19 exercise. Mr. Speaker, I was about to talk to the opposition, but I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker, for their support. I see a forward in the PLP say to the public that the Minister administration has done the best job ever. That this administration handling of COVID-19 cannot be questioned. Because according to her, and I know my friend from Cat Island know that she was speaking the truth, so he can't discipline a senior woman in the PLP like that. She said this is the best thing, the best handling of an issue. No, I'm saying that you're supporting the best. Yeah. So I was just making the observation that Cat Island agrees with the former AG that the handling of this COVID pandemic has been an excellent job by the Free National Movement under the leadership of and the one honorable member. Cat Island, you're my friend. That's the only thing I'm going to talk about.
Recognize this honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, on a point of order.
The mischief now being created by the member for Garden Hill, right, is typical of his conduct and behavior. Just let me say that in our organization, Special Party, there are views and there are views. And you're not muzzled to express those views. My views about the COVID handling are publicly known. And all one needs to do is refer to those public commentary and they know where I stand.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the PLP has used his best diplomatic effort. He understands the full power of the person I'm talking about, and he also agrees that the handling of this pandemic That's the only political statement I'm going to make. I don't create no conflict between you and the Maynards. I don't do that. I don't want to create that conflict. No, I don't want to make any conflict between you and no. No, absolutely not. No. Ms. Cat, I don't want to go down that road today. I know you will try your best, Cat Island, but the truth is the truth. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was really making the point that there is consensus that firm consensus, because it comes from the PLP as well as the afternoon, that the handling of COVID-19 has been exceptionally done, has been something that the PLP and the FNM agrees that this is the decisions taken were the right decisions, and we are in a better place. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was just also commenting on the fact that NIB has spent to date over $50 million of its monies in the very short period, 2 months. And so, Mr. Speaker, the aimings should be, and I believe they are, comfortable. Although, let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that there are some mumblings. Some persons are not satisfied, and I'll get to that group in a minute. Mr. Speaker, that the members of the board, the administrative team, have done an exceptional job of providing benefits to the individuals who are in dire need of it, Mr. Speaker. And on a personal level, Mr. Speaker, I went to NIB almost every day since this pandemic, and I could not imagine the devastation in this country. But when you go to NIB, you could easily find it out, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, there was another group of individuals who were receiving some assistance from NIB. And this assistance was given to NIB by the government of the Bahamas. And perhaps that is another reason why members opposite have not complained. Because what we did, Mr. Speaker, was we captured every single group of Bahamians. What I spoke about previously, Mr. Speaker, are those individuals who are laid off from their jobs, who work in the hotels and small business and other opportunities. They were laid off, and NIB was obligated, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that no worker was disadvantaged and paid out directly to these individuals over $50 million. The government, through the Ministry of Finance, made a second determination, Mr. Speaker. We then looked at those individuals who could not get NIB, the hair braiders, barbers, jet ski operators, bus drivers, taxi drivers, the jitney drivers, the beach vendors. And if the hometown was in this place, I'd ask him, right, leave out anybody. Crab vendors, the fishermen, every single person who identified themselves as being self-employed had an obligation or had the ability to go to NIB to claim for this assistance offered by this government. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. Think about that. These individuals, 6,763 of them, took up the challenge. They went to NIB. They applied. They were approved. We made 24,059 disbursements to them. We paid them with the government's money $9+ million. Mr. Speaker, let me put it this one. Mr. Speaker, this one is critical. I just want to spend a minute on this one. These are people who did not contribute, who could not qualify for NIB. Mr. Speaker, the one thing the opposition always said, this government don't like take care of its own. This government not only has a heart, it brought his soul, Mr. Speaker. Brought the whole soul, Mr. Speaker. I said that the opposition was supporting this, Mr. Speaker. And I just talk about you, South Andrews. I just said if you were here. And now that you're here, I'll repeat that statement. Because you look out for the small man. You look out for those persons who are down home. You have a heart. You're from South Andrews' hometown. Look at this. That in government money, we approve the 6,763 persons who got $9 million. $9 million that the government outlaid to these individuals who would not have qualified for NIB ordinarily. Mr. Speaker, and I was going through the list, and the hometown could help me out. I was talking hometown about hair braiders, barbers, jet ski operators, bus drivers, jitney drivers, taxi drivers, beach vendors. You know any group that we miss hometown so that we could add them to this list? Fisherman is here. Fisherman is here. Crab vendors are here. Everybody here.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andrews.
The member for Garden Hills is waxing well, and I listen to him on the national stations I'm driving in. So more of my people are listening right now all over South Central and Mangrove Key, Andros. I want the good member, as he's appropriating taxpayers' dollars, to remember those crowd vendors and also those fishermen all over
my constituency, crabs are walking sporadically. And so they would need a little help. Right now things are a little slow and it's a little warm. So I want him, all those who are listening in the Bluff and Little Harbor and Bowensong, make sure that he send a couple dollars for them. And also, and also Drakesville, Ione, cousin Ione and those folks down there. And I want him to note the fact that, on a serious note, that this is that time of the year when many persons are asking about non-contributory old age pension. So I would want him to please include that for those who are listening for non-contributory old age pension. Thank you very kindly. Yep.
Sir Andres, I thank you for your intervention. I know you have good information, Sir Andres. We're not going to share that portion of the exercise, and I know you have good information. So I just want to say publicly how there's a section in NIB that deals with non-contributory pension, and persons not only apply but are approved on a regular basis, Mr. Speaker. And so you just asked me to go to pension because what I've done before is I've taken note of every single Bahamian who is working and were laid off, and NIB took. Mr. Speaker, I'm just waiting until Sir Andrews listening. I just want to. Yes. I took. Yes. I shared with the nation how NIB made sure that every single person who was laid off from the industry had an opportunity to receive assistance. And we took the carefully considered position, and I'll talk a little bit about it later, that these persons could not be disadvantaged because their employer did not pay their contribution. I'll get to that. And so we took care of those persons who were working. I just spoke about the small persons and went through the list of persons who could not ordinarily get NIB. They're self-employed. Took care of those individuals. And you asked me about the seniors. So I say to you, the Minister of Finance announced this week that he's taking care of the seniors. On top of the $60 million that they paid the seniors already in the last 3 months, Minister of Finance announced to the Bahamian public that he's going to increase the old age pension. Yeah. Well, there's some challenge. We will get all those challenges. What I say to you is there is a mechanism, a protocol for a non-contributory pension, and NIB will have offered that to individuals. So they could just go to NIB and apply. And so, Mr. Speaker, what you see in this exercise is a government that took the carefully considered position to take care of every single group of Bahamians. Every single group. And I know I'm going to put Cat Island on the spot now so that he knows that, and by the way, Cat Island, the person that you gave me, my office has already been in contact with them, as we always do. I just want to say to my colleagues opposite that this has not been an easy road for NIB. Imagine the Bahamian public that has made their commitment to their employer only to go to NIB to find out that the monies did not get to NIB. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is so unfair. COVID-19 has exposed a lot of individuals who fall in this category because there was no way, and some persons did not have an opportunity to check their positions. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we took the carefully considered position that is stated in the NIB Act, that no employee should be disadvantaged, we also made the commitment that we have to go after those employers who, in short, cheated their staff. And so the director of NIB has already taken the position that adjustments will be made in compliance, that we will go after these companies, we will expose them. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we have also taken the position that we must adjust. We must do things differently. And so we've learned some valuable lessons. These lessons are critical, but one of the lessons we've learned, Mr. Speaker, that we must move away from manual intake of claims from mailboxes and drop boxes. We must elevate our game, Mr. Speaker, and take advantage of technology so that we can indeed do business in this new Bahamas as we transition to improve the quality of life for every single Bahamian, and as we promote the ease of doing business. Towards this end, Mr. Speaker, NIB has launched a portal for tracking unemployment claims. For these type of claims, Mr. Speaker, employees will be able to register at this portal and carry out the following things. They will be able to submit their claims, review the status of their claims, and locate their claims payment. Mr. Speaker, that's going to be extraordinary when we get to that point. We will be able to provide the employees with the ability to go online and track their payments. Make sure that when monies are deducted from their salaries, they could themselves see that the money has been applied to their account in NIB. Mr. Speaker, we also learned that it is extremely important for how we receive, how we register, and how we process these claims. And so, Mr. Speaker, adjustments will be made at NIB in this regard. So NIB cannot continue to make payments manually. The face-to-face interaction of giving out checks cannot work well when dealing with pandemics such as COVID. Plus, we waste a lot of time doing these processes. Once the employee can see their claims and we can process them electronically, we believe that is a good step that we would have taken. Mr. Speaker, we have already established a portal for employers. We have onboarded several employers in the field. All we ask them to do is to upload their C-10s onto our system. Mr. Speaker, to further facilitate this process, and to make sure that every single customer from NIB has not only the ability to know what is going on their account. We are going to transition the NIB card so that this card becomes a reloadable MasterCard to which NIB can disburse funds. This card will be accepted at any Visa or MasterCard terminal. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, once we have that ability to put your monies directly on your card, the persons in Acklands and Inagua, they don't have to wait. Put the money right on the card. That's it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think this process, having the ability to put funds directly into the cards that we offer, will change how NIB will do business. Mr. Speaker, in a short while I will report to you, Mr. Speaker, on the Ministry of Housing $10 million loan. I will get an audit. The audit is done. I've not had time to process it. It has not been gone to cabinet, and so shortly I will lay on the table of the House the audit for $10 million that was given from NIB to the Ministry of Housing for its use. I'm going to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we have the ability to continue to allow NIB operators to go online to see their status, to look at their accounts. We're going to make sure that employees can also do this. And we will automate from the manual tasks that we are presently going through. Mr. Speaker, my final words on NIB is primarily to assure the Bahamian people that their pension funds are safe. The monies dispersed and paid in NIB continues to be safe. We are living up to our promise, the promise and our commitment made in 1974, and every single day since. We will continue to be the social safety net of this country. Mr. Speaker, with the help of the Ministry of Finance, NIB will continue. Mr. Speaker, I turn very quickly to the Ministry of Public Service. In all of my other presentations, I spoke about the public service first. I decided to talk to them on the back end this time because I thought it's very critical for Bahamians to understand how NIB is spending its funds, how we are offering social assistance and social support, and to advise them on the opportunities they have to go to NIB and to make sure that things are working well. Mr. Speaker, I had a meeting with the major unions a few weeks ago. I indicated to these unions that because of the challenge we are facing, that there will be some drawbacks, some cutbacks. I said to them specifically that we will not be in a position to deal in the next budget with promotions, with classifications, and increments. We said that, and I said that in the context that this budget year, 6 months of it, will start out where we do not have monies. As usual, Mr. Speaker, the unions understood I could not say that I had an agreement with them, but they understood, and that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. They demonstrated the humanity in the organizations. Yes, they said, we cannot do it. But they fully understand that we just don't have the money at this time to do what they want to do. And so our commitment to them, Mr. Speaker, is that when the country rebounds, that we are going to live up to our word. And the Ministry of Public Service will continue to process promotions, reclassifications, transfers, and other things. And no new hiring, by the way. We said that we will continue to process that, but we could not make the payment. I commended in that meeting the head of the Nurses Union, Amancho, the head of the Public Service Union, Ferguson, and all the unions for the stellar work that they're doing in this country and for their commitment to work with us during this period. Mr. Speaker, we also have in the Ministry of Public Service some critical matters to deal with. And I warned last year, and the same thing has happened this year. I said to my colleagues as well as permanent secretaries in the ministries, don't wait until May to send in your recommendations for promotions and hiring. And those ministries that listened to what we said, sure, their promotions and other exercises have been processed. For those who waited, they may not get the results as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Service has always been criticized for not getting things out in time. I've been assured that in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, our human resource management information system will be in place, and we will be able to respond to individuals in the system in a faster manner. Mr. Speaker, training in the public service has always been an issue. I am happy also today, though, to report that training has moved to the forefront of the Ministry of Public Service. The training exercise is going to take place in a few days. The various programs issued by the Ministry of Public Service to deal with training has been ongoing. I am impressed, Mr. Speaker, by the energy and by the commitment of this area. Mr. Speaker, the rate of attrition in the public service has always been interesting. So, Mr. Speaker, I can announce today that 1,029 officers have exited the public service during this budget year. And to make sure that persons are replaced in a reasonable manner, we are carefully considering the option of making those individuals who work in the 52 weeks program, we want to make them permanent in areas where vacancies exist. Mr. Speaker, that has been a concern of many persons in the National Job Creation Program or the 52 Weeks Program. They had some concerns over the fact that they've been working for many years, and every June they get this letter from the Ministry of Public Service which says to them, you got to go on vacation or the program has come to an end and we don't do anything. The other side of that, Mr. Speaker, is we have ministries that say to me, listen, if you move these students, we have to shut down. They say it every single year, Mr. Speaker. These individuals, many of these individuals, Mr. Speaker, are contributing in a significant fashion, in a real way. And so, if they have good reports, Mr. Speaker, and vacancies exist in their various ministries and departments, we will take the first step by hiring them on probation for 1 year. And the normal public service position is that if you're hired on probation for 1 year and you do well on your probation, you then become a full public officer. Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about public officers returning to work. And I was very pleased that permanent secretaries in the various ministries took the initiative under the leadership Secretary of the Cabinet to come up with a return to work guideline for every single ministry. This guideline, Mr. Speaker, touches on every single aspect of the public service, from preparing the office for the return of individuals to making sure health and safety prevails in the workspace, making sure that social distancing continues to exist where possible. 2, Mr. Speaker, taking a look at vacation leave, sick leave, special leave. How are we going to meet going forward, internally and externally? How are you going to receive a visitor? Travel, communications. All of these issues are covered in this report. I'm going to make this report available to members of Parliament. The ministry has already directed permanent secretaries to follow the guidelines in the report, make sure that things go as closely as possible to what is written in this report. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am comfortable that individuals will be advised by the ministry on a date when individuals will return. I know, Mr. Speaker, that senior officers have already returned to work. They are preparing the space so that every single individual is touched. I know in my ministry, for example, I know that the registry department, for example, is the one area where individuals are close. And so we're going to have to find a way throughout all the ministries. And sometimes it may mean buying a plastic shield to separate. We're going to be guided by the Ministry of Health. We continue to be guided by the Ministry of Health. And every single public officer has been assured that we are going to make sure that their safety comes first. Mr. Speaker, I also take this opportunity to commend all the public officers who not only worked in the front line but worked from home, who made sure that things have been done by their ministry. Make sure that there's a plan. The work was done. Things got done. notwithstanding that they physically were not at their ministry. I know that there are going to be some challenges in this new step, but I have the assurance from my permanent secretary that things will be okay. So, Mr. Speaker, public officers, this government is concerned about your health. We acknowledge that there will be some restraints, but you will not be disadvantaged. And we know that you will do your best when you get back into your offices. I thank you in advance for that. Mr. Speaker, I take my next 2 minutes to turn to my constituency and to talk about the wonderful things that we've done in Garden Hills and will continue to do. I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, to say to the residents of Garden Hills how the park in Garden Hills, number 2, you may have heard me speak about it several times, how I had to go to the government in 2008 to get papers for that park and to get it started. And when we left in 2012, we'd done some minor work. We cleared it down, we planted the grass, we put in a kids' play set, and we were kicked out of office. And I always tease my good friend from Cat Island about the fact that he went on Garden Hills Park and made plenty commitments to my people of Garden Hills.
Not my people.
Yes, he did. Took an entourage down Garden Hills and say, we can do all these things. They even claim that they got this park from they authorized this park. I tell you no lie, hometown. And so, South Andres, sorry, but I withdraw.
On Parliamentary.
I withdraw, South Andres. I withdraw. No, absolutely no. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely proud that individuals from Garden Hills could go to that park today and see the reconfiguration. They can see a basketball court surface that is already in place. Provisions are done now for a tennis court. They're going to have a full-fledged baseball diamond on this park. And they're going to have parking across the street. Yes. And so, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this land was granted, we are now going to have the Ministry of Works, and I want to commend the Minister of Works. We're now going to have a good road that leads to the park. We're going to have a parking spaces for individuals to park across the street from the active park. And the active park will have on a tennis court, a basketball court, a baseball diamond, a facility for individuals to set up when they want to do a community event. And so I'm very pleased to say that that is actively going on today as I speak. And I'm told by the group that is doing it that I should have this fully organized, good-looking park, second to none. And I say to the Minister of Works publicly, I need Wi-Fi on that park. No problem. He's done it in another constituency. I expect the same thing in Garden Hills. He set a very high standard. And so, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, every single park in the Garden Hills constituency, we've already have an order. Exercise equipment, outdoor exercise equipment for every park, so that individuals not only can go to the park and relax, but if you want to go and exercise, lift some weights, do some some vascular things, some things that make your breathing better, cardiovascular things. You can get your stomach loose, some stomach like perhaps I may have to do. You just go in the park and do those exercises. So when Bo's in town, Mr. Speaker, the Garden Hills number 2, every single park will have these equipment. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to also say, as I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my former, my next door neighbor who resigned. We worked in the same facility, did a wonderful job. He assisted me truly. And I know Dr. Sands is going to continue to do well. So, Elizabeth, I thank you for all your support. I thank you for answering me those difficult things sometimes when I couldn't figure out how things would work. Continue to do your great work, and I congratulate you, sir, for what you've done. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to extend condolences to all of those persons from the constituency who passed during this COVID pandemic, because I could not go to their funerals. I called some of them. It was so interesting. And things were so quiet and people were all staying home. So 1 or 2 individuals passed and I did not know until later. And so I extend condolences to every single member of the Garden Hills constituency, every single family member who lost a loved one during this period. And Garden Hills was touched because one of his sons died as a result of COVID in Garden Hills, 2 blocks from me. Mr. Speaker, that is hard. Because this was a person like me who thought he was an athlete. But unfortunately, his soul is resting in peace. I want to also extend condolences to the family of Patrick Bethel in Abaco. When I went to Teachers College many years ago, Mr. Bethel was the principal. And I always tell people, there were only 6 guys in Teachers College when I went to Teachers College. And we had a cartel. I can't tell you the things we used to do, but one of the things we did, was when we had assignments, while the ladies would stay on campus to get things done. We had 1 Pinto, and a lot of y'all ain't old enough to know what a Pinto is. A Pinto car that could only hold 4 people, but if that. But 6 of us always got in that 1 car. And I always tell the story about we were all given an assignment to do. And you had to go to the gate of the Teachers College to do this assignment. And of course, me and my boys, we rolled out in this Pinto and left. And one of the ladies at the time, in reading the assignment, said she saw this Pinto leave the gate with 6 guys in it. And these 6 guys were supposed to be at the gate doing their assignment. And I could never forget Patrick Bethel. He knew who we all were. And on assembly the next morning, all of our names were called. Not only the usual suspect. He called our names. We had to go in front of every single soul And he said, you could not do that assignment because you were not at the gate. So for 5 days, you're going to have to do an assignment at the gate and turn it into me. So Patrick Battle meant a lot to us in Teachers College in those days. He was a firm disciplinarian. He was a hard man. He had the Abaco dialect. And he made sure that work got done. So to his family, I extend on behalf of all of those persons who went to the Teachers College at that time, including my 5 friends, the heartfelt condolences to the family, and may his soul continue to rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. Cardinal supports this bill.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the good, the resilient, and hopeful people of the Golden Gates constituency in these hard, difficult, and trying times in our country and indeed around the world. I thank each of them for the great honor and privilege they have afforded me to represent their best interests over these past 3 years in this honorable chamber. And, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, we are in the throes of an experience brought on by the enemy of us all, whether FNM, PLP, DNA, or other, rich or poor, whether you live in the East or you live in the West, whether you live in our heritage community over the hill, whether you live in the Deep South, or on any island between Inagua in the south and the Abacos in the north. This coronavirus, referred to as COVID-19, has, in an unprecedented way, disrupted our lives and our economy. It caused persons to be hospitalized, and sadly, sir, some of us have lost loved ones to it. Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has caused us all to practice social and physical distancing, which means we have not been able to gather as family, friends, or neighbors for almost 3 months now. We are a family-oriented people, and family is still very important to us all. Some who have lost family members during this pandemic could not visit family members at the hospital, could not visit them at home. If they fell ill for any reason, people just could not visit the hospital. And the Honorable Member for Elizabeth spoke about this morning. Mr. Speaker, most distressing though is that immediate family members could not visit loved ones who were seriously ill. They could not be there for them in those last hours. And as we know, extended family would visit too in ordinary circumstances. But they too could not. And neither could your neighbor. That is not our way. This has been one of the worst times ever for many. Too many experienced that. And in fact, if one family went through that, it would have been one too many. Mr. Speaker, what made things even more distressing and painful for family members is when, sadly, one of their loved ones lost their lives during this COVID-19 pandemic. Because of the need for social distancing, most family members could not even attend the funeral service in the church. And while graveside services were an option, it too was very limited. Mr. Speaker, I offer my heartfelt condolences to everyone and to all families who went through this, through that terrible experience, especially those in the Golden Gates constituency. My thoughts and my prayers are with all of you. Mr. Speaker, sadly, families in the Golden Gates constituency, like others, unfortunately experienced its share of losing loved ones over the past 3 months. I take this time now, sir, to offer my heartfelt condolences to each family that lost a loved one during this time, including Prince W. Williams of William Drive. He died on the 16th of March, 2020. His funeral was held on the 4th of April, 2020. Kendrick M. Sands, affectionately known as Crime, retired petty officer of Barbados Street. His funeral was held on the 19th of March, 2020. Matriarch Emma J. Hinsey of Blue Hill Road. Matriarch Hinsey's funeral was held on the 21st of March, 2020. Keith A. Johnson of Shrimp Road. Keith's funeral was held on the 21st of March, 2020. His mother, Mavis Johnson, has been a friend of mine for some time, and she served as an executive member of the Golden Gates Constituency Association. Ms. Johnson has been a long-time resident of Leeward Isle in Golden Gates. Donika D. Thurston Pickstock of St. Vincent Road. Her funeral was held on the 21st of March, 2020. Veronica B. Roker, affectionately called Faye or Ronnie, of St. Lucia Road. Her funeral was also held on the 21st of March, 2020. Kenny C. Rackley Sr. of Dominica Way. Kenny died at Princess Margaret Hospital on the 27th of March, 2020. His funeral was the 20th of May, 2020. I have known his uncle, Delano Monroe, the president of Youth Empowerment Program, for decades. And I think a lot of us here know him. He is operating a great program. And I have known his aunt, Melanie Munnings, working professionally for some years. Keith M. Minnis of Windward Isles Way, who died at his home on the 28th of March, 2020. Roger R. Brister of Barbados Street, who died at Princess Margaret Hospital on the 22nd of April, 2020. Mr. George H. Mackey, 85, of Barbados Street. Mr. Mackey's funeral was held on the 1st of May, 2020. He is survived by children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. Ambrose A. Miller of Windward Isles Way. Mr. Miller's funeral was held on the 1st of May, 2020. Special condolences to his wife of 32 years, Mrs. Viola Miller, whom I have known for several years. Constance Mackey Corduroy of Cedar Way. She died on the 13th of May, 2020. Geraldine A. Curry Stevens of St. Lucia Road. Mr. Stevens died on the 16th of May, 2020. I have known her husband, and a lot of us here know him, Sherman Stevens, for decades. He served as an executive member of the Golden Gates Constituency Association, and before that, the Carmichael Association. He now serves as an F&M Advisory Council member. Larry R. Sapple Williams of Cedar Way. His funeral was held on the 28th of May, 2020. Norman Culmer of Golden Gate 2, he died at the Princess Margaret Hospital on the 1st of June 2020. I also offer my deepest sympathies to the families of the 11 persons who lost their lives to the coronavirus, including the sister of my colleague, the Honorable Member for Yamoussoukro and Minister, Honorable Ellsworth Johnson. I also offer my deepest sympathies to my colleague, the Honorable Mark Humes, on the passing of his brother last week. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 other persons I did not mention as yet in Golden Gates, and one of the persons is Ms. Murray from Sunshine Park, and she's a neighbor to Bishop Neville Hart, and also Ms. Olive Clark, who is a neighbor to Mr. Brown and Mr. Pintard, and Ms. Hall of Island Close, just outside of Pride and State 3. May God bless, keep, and strengthen all of the families as they go through this difficult period in their lives. We are reminded and assured by Scripture that tells us, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. It is my prayer that the souls of all the departed rest in peace and perpetual light shine upon them. Mr. Speaker, Charles Dickens in his book, A Tale of Two Cities, writing about London and Paris in 1859, penned the oft-quoted line, and I quote, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And I will return to that. Mr. Speaker, sometime after we had been under the emergency orders to battle COVID-19, about 8 weeks ago now, a small team and I have been on the ground in Golden Gates. We determined to assist the 2 most vulnerable groups in the constituency and indeed the country. Of course, I'm referring to our precious pearls, or as His Excellency the Governor General C.A. Smith puts it, quote, our experienced persons, close quote. And we heard the Honorable Minister speak about that just yesterday. Honorable Minister Frankie Campbell, that is. Those persons 65 years of age or older, and our persons with disabilities, or as Minister Campbell says, persons who are differently able. Those 2 groups were vulnerable before COVID-19, and given that our experienced persons were all over 65 years of age, they had a more pronounced level of health risk. To make matters worse for them, given the necessary emergency orders to combat COVID-19, most of the economy was shuttered, and many who might have assisted our precious pearls in the past were now themselves unemployed, which only exacerbated their vulnerability. A child, a grandchild, or a friend may have assisted Grammy in the past, but that person was no longer working due to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, so as to assist both vulnerable groups, my team and I, over an 8-week period, hand-delivered care packages to more than 700 homes of our experienced persons and differently able persons. Often, homes had at least 2 persons of the same or both groups. I must say, it was very rewarding and fulfilling. To be fortunate enough to render assistance to so many of them, I was deeply moved when they all expressed enormous appreciation. In some ways, it was like another time when we were all much better at showing and expressing gratitude. Some seemed pleased that someone cared enough to call on them. Mr. Speaker, let me say, Mr. Speaker, little did they know at the time, and I guess they will know now. I cannot thank them enough, just knowing how much the effort meant to them. I cannot thank them enough. It warmed my heart. To my Golden Gates constituents, I want you to know, if my team and I have not yet visited your home to deliver a care package to you, and by the way, my apologies, there's no more rubbing alcohol. It's finished. And you are a person 65 years of age or older, or you have a disability, please contact the Golden Gates Constituency Office at 361-4363, and give Brittany, the secretary, your name, your home address, and your street and house number and telephone number. Again, our number at the office is 361-4363. It is our intention to visit every home that has a person in either group, an experienced person or a person who is differently able, to give them a care package and to check on them. It does not matter whether you are FNM, you are PLP, you are DNA, or other. It does not matter. We go to all homes. I take this opportunity to warmly thank all the persons who graciously contributed to our effort to bring a much-needed small measure of assistance to our experienced persons and differently able persons. Again, I say thank you. I thank the many persons who also went to the homes with me. They have been a wonderful source of support, and I thank them, especially during this time. Mr. Speaker, we will build on this outreach effort, continuing to do our best to offer services to both groups. In that regard, once we get, quote unquote, the all clear, so to speak, we fully intend, as soon as possible, to commence our, quote, experienced and differently able persons services. So please, if you are in either of the two groups, call our number, 361-4363, starting tomorrow, and register for the services. We are now in the hurricane season, and we would like to be in a position to check on you, especially if there is an impending hurricane, and more so if you live alone, because we've seen that, and that does exist in the constituency, and visited many homes over the last 8 weeks where persons lived alone, particularly our widows. Mr. Speaker, we are also pleased to announce the commencement of our entrepreneurial and business services, which will be focused on young people, but others may seek their assistance as well. This service will be a follow-up, as we promised at our entrepreneurial and business seminar this past January. We will commence the services the Friday following the quote-unquote all clear, and will continue every Friday thereafter, between the hours of 12 noon and 4 p.m. That's every Friday thereafter, all clear, so to speak, 12 noon to 4 p.m. You can come in and visit and actually speak to someone face-to-face and obtain some advice. Once the two new services programs above mentioned are operational, we plan to add a third, taking into account the high unemployment, which will include resume writing, job interview preparation, and other related services in order to put our goal-engaged young people, especially in the best possible position to be employed following the worst of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, given that we are in a hurricane season, as we have done in the past, we plan to, on a limited basis, trim trees. So again, contact us if you have a tree that needs to be trimmed in the constituency at your home. In addition, we plan to, as we have done in prior years, place dumpsters throughout the constituency in order to facilitate the removal of home debris ahead of the most dangerous part of the hurricane season. Also, as we have done in prior years, we plan to host a hurricane preparedness meeting, which would be combined with other constituencies. Last year, we combined with Bamboo Town, I think it was South Beach, Pinewood, and it may have been Nassau Village as well. And that was a very effective meeting, and everyone who attended learned a lot and was much better prepared. And by the way, there were some giveaways too. Hopefully in July, we'll do that. Given our current circumstances, the meeting might be hosted by an electronic platform, but we shall see. Mr. Speaker, we are also pleased to announce that in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, we plan to commence our backyard farming program in the very near future. More information will be announced later. We take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Member and Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, Michael Pintard, for his plan to make backyard farming kits available to all constituencies, and we look forward to working with the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I am also pleased to join my colleagues in expressing my thanks to the honorable member for the Carmichael constituency and Minister of Public Works, Desmond Bannister, for just this week, starting the long needed and long awaited work to resurface Malcolm Road West. And I know my good friend, Benson Roll, a member for Garden Hills, he and his people are also very excited. My Golden Gates constituents are very pleased that this work is getting done. And I suspect, as I was saying a moment ago, so are my colleagues, the Honorable Member for Garden Hills and the Minister of Public Service and NIB, Benson Roll, who spoke a moment ago, as he and I share that boundary street. The north side is Garden Hills and the south side is Golden Gates, for the most part. Now the thing is, I know that we are special. We in Golden Gates, we're special. Because Carmichael constituency and Golden Gates share what is our entire western boundary and Carmichael's entire eastern boundary. From Carmichael Road to Cowpen Road, we share the exact same boundary. Their eastern and my western. We are good neighbors. So we are encouraged. And we know that we will be well taken care of concerning the outstanding work. To mention a bit of it, resurfacing of the Mutton Fish Drive and Lobster Avenue, both are in the immediate vicinity of Malcolm Road West, which is being resurfaced as we speak, and Antigua Street at Bishop Ross Davis Church, which the other side only resurfaced about a third, just to mention a few areas. And that street, Antigua Street, is really a street that a lot of people traverse daily. Not only Golden Gates people, but a lot of people from the Carmichael Road area going to St. Vincent Road. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to my role as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, to which the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, Prime Minister, appointed me at the end of January last year, and I thank him. It has been a pleasure working with the Honorable Member for Southern Shores and Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, the Honorable Franklin Campbell, and of course, especially serving as, what was it again now? Assistant coach. I had to make significant change. Let me say at the outset that I am very grateful for the kind words expressed by Minister Campbell regarding my work since joining the ministry. Actually, he did such a good job yesterday. There really isn't much more for me to add, except I join him in acknowledging and commending the selfless, dedicated, and committed work by the social workers at the department. The hard-working employees at the department have been under the gun, non-stop, with tremendous pressure and even exhaustion at times. But always remaining professional, caring, and compassionate. Since last September, helping our brothers and sisters affected by Hurricane Dorian, which they are still doing some 10 months later. And doing their level best in the same way, assisting tens of thousands of our brothers and sisters and families who find themselves in need of assistance. A lot of them for the first time ever due to COVID-19. Again, I commend each and every employee for their dedication and commitment. Equally, I commend and applaud the hard-working and always caring and professional acting director of the department, Lillian Corn Forbes, and ably assisted by the deputy director, Kim Sawyer. Mr. Speaker, I also join Mr. Campbell in acknowledging the good and dedicated work of, as he said yesterday, a former member of this chamber, and indeed a speaker, none other than the Honorable Atalia R. Johnson, as the chair of the National Council on Older Persons. Also, I join Mr. Campbell in acknowledging the good work and dedication of Pastor Lester Ferguson, who chairs the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. I work very closely with both of these professionals and many others to get the work done that Mr. Campbell mentioned yesterday. And I want them both to know, and their various members, that we truly work together as a team and got it done. Mr. Speaker, I move now to coronavirus and its effect and government's responses. Mr. Speaker, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. I return to that now. Mr. Speaker, we as a people and a nation have been through likely the most challenging of times we have seen in recent memory, going back to the Great Depression of 1929 and beyond. It has been another unprecedented experience, not the government's fault and not of the government's making. That is the coronavirus or COVID-19. It is truly beyond the wildest stretch of imagination, beyond comprehension, unthinkable. And if we had not been actually living through it, it would have been unbelievable. That in the singular past budget year, from the 1st of July 2019 to date, as we still have just over 2 weeks in the year, the budget year, we would have gone through Hurricane Dorian and now COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, these last 11 and 12 months of 2019-2020 budget year in this country, I suspect, will be talked about and written about for not only many years, but many generations, due to the sheer life-changing consequences to many tens of thousands of people due to both Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. Further, sir, it is my considered opinion that we ought not to make light of what we as a people have gone through, and we ought to do justice to the reality of what so many of our brothers and sisters are dealing with today. Internalizing, wrapping their minds around it all, and yes, looking to move forward in an effort to create a new and more positive and upward reality. Mr. Speaker, just imagine, during my contribution to the mid-year budget just on the 17th of February past, I stated the following, and I quote, "The year 2019, unfortunately, will long be remembered. It was perhaps a year like we have never seen, at least not in recent memory," close quote. Imagine, that was the view about Dorian alone. Now, our COVID-19 experience. This is a time in our history that will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I affirmatively state that in my view, and frankly the view of many others, including some PLPs, as the Honorable Member for Garden Hills was just saying, that I have spoken to, and have spoken to me on the ground in Golden Gate, despite the enormous and unimaginable known and unknown challenges that face us today, that the Most Honorable Hubert A. Minnis, Prime Minister, as the competent authority, along with the Cabinet and the public health leadership, have done a great job in all the circumstances. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. The response has not been perfect. No one claimed it has been. It has not been without mistakes. No one claimed that either. It has not been error-free, and no one claims that either. That is all conceded. However, having regard to the fluidity, not knowing what to expect from day to day, and the uncertainty of it all, the response has been good, and few, I suspect, upon a reasonable assessment, would disagree with that view. Mr. Speaker, the past 3 months have been hard. They have been difficult. They have been trying. They have been rough. They have been distressing. They have been tough. They have been filled with fear, uncertainty, and they have been painful, as mentioned earlier, and in many other ways. Simply put, it has been one of the worst times, if not the worst ever, collectively, for most of our brothers and sisters. Some literally living day to day and not knowing where the next meal will come from, despite so many efforts, by so many, and for so many. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately and distressingly, reports are that our current unemployment is estimated to be as high as 50%, with others putting it at 30 to 40%. In any event, we are talking about a distressing number of our brothers and sisters who are unemployed. Mr. Speaker, in any event, we have not ever had so many of our brothers and sisters being unemployed at once. That is potentially as much as 1 out of every 2 persons. That is unimaginable and frankly beyond comprehension that so many So many of our brothers and sisters could be without work due to COVID-19, or indeed for any reason. The Honorable Member for Garden Hills and Minister of Public Service and NIB, the Honorable Rachel Roll, informed us just last week that more than 55,000 persons have applied for unemployment benefits. The Honorable Member for Southern Shores and the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, Frankie Campbell, informed us that there have been countless persons seeking food assistance at the Department of Social Services. Mr. Speaker, we know that despite the effort of the Department of Social Services, and a great effort has been made by the hard-working staff of the department, there is still a lot of need. Putting food on the table is still a real issue for many families today. We all experience the curfews, Mr. Speaker, for months now, from Monday to Friday, and being on lockdown until early Monday morning has been difficult. People have complained about quote-unquote cabin fever. Some have even complained, quote, they are losing their mind. And sadly, there have been reports of increased domestic violence under these challenging circumstances. We know, according to what has become most familiar to us all, quote unquote, the dashboard. We all know the dashboard. Nobody knew of a dashboard except the one in the car. But now we all know the dashboard. You mention dashboard and no one thinks about a car anymore. It's all about COVID-19. Yes, thanks, and Honorable Member for Elizabeth. But the dashboard has been important because it has updated everyone daily as to where things are in the country. And we were not short of information in that regard. And that's very important, that people know where things are daily. And the dashboard, I must say, did a good job in that regard. But the dashboard says that 103 persons have been infected. We know that many persons have been hospitalized. And sadly, we know that 11 of our brothers and sisters lost their lives due to COVID-19. 11 of them. Mr. Speaker, there's little doubt, if any, that this was, to an extent, still is, for a lot of people, the worst of times. As Dickens penned, it was the best of times as well, and at the same time, it was the worst of times. In our situation, due to COVID-19, despite all that we have gone through, which has been beyond our imagination, there were some good things. There were some good people. There were some caring people. There were some sacrificing people. There were some people putting the health of others above their own health. And the Honorable Member for Elizabeth spoke with that too this morning. Some putting their lives on the line, and many others. It was an opportunity for all of us to demonstrate our humanity, to care, concern, demonstrate our humanity, our care, our concern and compassion for another brother or sister, for no other reason than it was a good thing to do. Just like the Samaritan in the Bible, who left money to provide medical care and treatment, if needed, for the person he did not know. In many ways, we were all given Samaritan opportunities. We all were. Mr. Speaker, the times may have been the worst that we have seen, but did we, as a people, respond to it? Did we give it our best, doing what we can to help others experiencing the worst? Did we do our best to help those experiencing the worst? I say, yes, many did. And we will never know all of their names. But they were critical in getting us through what is now being described as the worst of COVID-19, even though the pandemic continues. Some of the worst times ever we witnessed over the past 3 months brought out the best. Imagine, some of the worst times brought out the best in a lot of us towards our brothers and sisters. Some we did not know, some we assisted, but might not have known that we did, and some we will never know their names or who they are. But it was the best in all of us at the time that we could collectively muster to help a brother or a sister. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the work of the many essential workers who have been committed, dedicated, and sacrificial over these past 3 months. They all have given beyond measure for what can reasonably be asked of them for the benefit of us all. We're speaking about the doctors, the nurses, the assistants, other healthcare professionals, excuse me, the janitorial staff, the EMS drivers. We're speaking also about the law enforcement. And some of this was spoken about today as well by the Honorable Member for Elizabeth. All the law enforcement officers, talking about the Department of Social Services, talking about, as the Honorable Member for Garden Hill said, the employees at National Insurance Board. We're speaking about the non-governmental workers as well. Let's not forget the hard-working cashiers who are out there on those days during the curfew. Came out every day to be at the cashiers to make sure, at the cash registers, to make sure we all could eat. Including the hard-working cashiers and the food stores, the parking boys, the people who shelve the inventory, the security officers, all the workers in the store. And the same thing can be said for the pharmacies, gas stations, and restaurant workers. Let us not forget the good work of so many churches, non-governmental and non-profit organizations, and community groups in reaching out to our brothers and sisters who found themselves in need. The teachers who immediately responded to the need to conduct classes electronically when it was never done previously. Certainly not at this level in New Providence and Grand Bahama, but they responded nonetheless. The Honorable Member for South Beach and the Minister of Education has told us that. He told us how the numbers started slowly at first, and he told us how the numbers grew, and how so many tens of thousands of students were being taught electronically. We thank the teachers, and we thank the parents for that matter. I would be remiss if I did not mention right here, the hard-working staff here at the House Assembly and the Senate. We thank you too. Finally, if I should say so, Mr. Speaker, members of this chamber themselves, the association members, and others have all in some way, by some measure, assisted persons in need in their constituencies. And I speak of all members in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to this budget, which covers the period of July 1st this year to the 30th of June next year. Upon reviewing and assessing this budget, the word that comes to my mind is unprecedented. And Mr. Speaker, I note that the Honorable Member for Seabreeze spoke about this very same point this morning in her contribution. This event being and this budget responding to such unprecedented circumstances. This F&M government led by the Prime Minister Minnis, has from the day it was elected had to face one unprecedented challenge after another, not of its doing, nor of its making, and have faced them head on. This government was faced with an unprecedented deficit of $750 million created by the Christy Davis-led PLP in their last year in government. That is right. Election year, let us not forget that. That unprecedented deficit spending was over and above the budget deficit spending for election year in 2017. The Christy Davis PLP did not come to you, the people, represented by members of this House of Assembly, to seek your approval for additional $750 million. They spent the money they did not have, did not budget, even as debt or deficit, and never sought approval in this House of Assembly. Imagine that. And now they want you to elect them. To this day, this F&M government is still dealing with paying portions of that unprecedented $750 million of unbudgeted deficit created by the Christy Davis PLP. Mr. Speaker, this F&M government had to face another unprecedented challenge never before faced by any other government. We had the most catastrophic, devastating, disastrous, and unprecedented hurricane in the history of the Bahamas, the region, and likely the entire Atlantic. Dorian came ashore last September striking the Abaco Keys, then made a direct hit on Marsh Harbor and surrounding areas. It then came ashore at Sweetings Key, and then it went on to East Grand Bahama and all across Grand Bahama. Sadly, during Dorian, many people lost their lives, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member for Elizabeth spoke about the lives lost today. I think he said as of today, 74. And people are still missing. He spoke with that too. And total property damage has been estimated at $3.5 billion. That's a B. That's billion with a B. it is unimaginable that we're talking those types of numbers. To this day, there is still a tremendous amount of recovery work to be done, which will cost an enormous amount, as we were told by both members of Parliament from Abaco, being the Honorable Member of North Abaco, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Darren Hanfield, and the Honorable Member for South and Central Abaco and Parliamentary Secretary James Aubrey. We honestly thought, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Andrew that came ashore in the Bahamas in August of 1992, several days after the first F&M government won. It was August 19th. That's when the government was won, the first F&M government. And days later, literally not even a week, less than a week, Hurricane Andrew hit the Bahamas. We thought then that that was perhaps the most destructive hurricane we would experience in our lifetimes. But Hurricane Dorian, by far, has been the worst and now unprecedented. Mr. Speaker, this FM government having to face the two unprecedented challenges mentioned earlier, the $750 million deficit, the last year of the Chrissy Davis government, and Hurricane Dorian, now faces the coronavirus challenge. Neither this government nor the Bahamian people could have ever imagined that our beloved Bahamas would face another unprecedented challenge that would affect the entire Bahamas. No section, no part of it, no particular island, the entire Bahamas. Causing, sadly, the loss of 11 lives, numerous hospitalizations, and unemployment, as stated earlier, estimated to be as much as 50%, with practically the entire economy of the country being shuttered, in other words, closed, for 3 long months. Mr. Speaker, bear in mind, it was just 6 months ago, last December, Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, the unemployment rate was comparatively only 10.7%. Can you imagine? Just 6 months ago, the unemployment rate was 10.7, and now we're talking 50%. This is the impact, and this is what we're talking about, this unprecedented event. And we should point out, as the honorable member seated from Fox Hill was just pointing to, and we should point out, last May, before Hurricane Dorian, the rate was even lower at 9.5%. So let's be clear about that. The rate had come down to 9.5%, and then we had Dorian, and then it went up to 10.7, and now we've got COVID, and what is it? 50%. It's an estimated 50% now. That is what we've been dealing with. That is what this government is dealing with, and that's what Bahamians are dealing with every day in a real way. One of the major consequences that we can see and appreciate is the fall off of tourism revenue. It's completely fallen off. Talking to the Honorable Member Elizabeth top of the cliff, well, the revenue's gone over the cliff. Our hotels and restaurants, for the most part, have been closed for 3 months. And bear in mind, those were for the most part, this was for the most part during the high season. For anyone who knows the tourism business or the industry, and I've been in the industry, I have my first degree, my bachelor's degree is in hotel and tourism management. I worked at what used to be Britannia Beach Hotel for Resorts. I was the front office manager for many years. Yeah, man, don't do it. Thank you for the compliment. And yeah, thank you, Fox. You're too kind, much too kind. And so, those in the industry know that this is the high season, and it ends about the end of April, would have been at that time, and by the end of April into May. And this is when we make the money in tourism in this country. This is when the money's made. In these very same months, we were closed. And that is what we are dealing with. That never happened. Never. The last time that happened, it did not happen like that. It happened when, in the days when we didn't have year-round tourism. Tourism was only in a high season. And when there was low periods, the hotels were closed. They were not open. There was a time. That was our industry. And it changed and become what we know today. Further, it is expected that the hotels, the largest employers in the country, other than the government, are expected to reopen on or about the 1st of July this year. However, no one reasonably expects anywhere that could be termed a high occupancy rate. No one expects high occupancy rates when this happens. Hence, those revenues will be slow in improving. The earliest that is expected that hotels would return to not even high, but meaningful occupancy rates will not be until perhaps late next year at best. We just do not know. There are a lot of knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns. There's a lot we just do not know. The uncertainty of it all, we'll see as we go through it. Mr. Speaker, and as for cruise ships, they are now expecting to reopen or recommence their operations in August this year. That in the industry too will take time to return to pre-COVID-19 levels. And of course, from a health perspective, there are particular concerns about being on a cruise ship. You're all one place with a group of people, and there's really no place to go. I don't think anybody's interested in getting off the cruise ship in the middle of the cruise. So there are particular issues, health issues with cruise ships, but we all hope and we pray that those things can be worked out to the approval and the acceptance of the health professionals. Hence, the Ministry of Finance expects a revenue loss for the year of approximately $900 million and an expenditure increase of $35 million. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the budget anticipates borrowing $1.3 billion. While the $1.3 billion borrowing will be the most ever in a one fell swoop, in the current circumstances, it is prudent. Mr. Speaker, it is prudent. It is one fell swoop, $1.3 billion, but it is prudent. And let us not forget that the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island, the PLP Deputy Leader, stated in March this year that the government should consider borrowing as much as $2 billion. And sir, any talk by the opposition about borrowing the 1.3 makes no sense and is disingenuous at best. Yes?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would only advise the member for Golden Gates, if he wishes not to appear to be misleading, that he does make reference to the full plan, that I will provide him a copy and tender to lay. Speaking with Golden Gates, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, he is misleading in that context, and I would advise him not to do so. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the member's intervention. Mr. Speaker, I said nothing just now about a plan. Not a word came out of my mouth about a plan. I did not mention a plan. But what I did mention was that the honorable member said that it was, in the circumstances, reasonable to borrow as much as $2 billion. And to be clear, he said between $1 to $2 billion. And that is a fact. That is indisputable. I move on, Mr. Speaker. More importantly, though, this budget is filled with direct assistance and creating the business environment for our people to get them through COVID-19 and to put them in the best position to recover from and move beyond the consequences of the virus. We note specifically that some of the direct assistance and measures creating the necessary business environment in this budget to help our people get through this difficult time are as follows. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go through the list. And persons may have heard the list, others have gone through it. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, because this budget does a lot to help our people directly. Mr. Speaker, this budget does a lot to help our people directly. So, Mr. Speaker, 48 million, 48 for continued unemployment assistance for persons who remain dislocated. Mr. Speaker, we just heard the honorable member for Garden Hills just tell us a moment ago. Let's talk about that for a moment. 6,700 persons received $9 million from this government that they would not have ordinarily qualified for at NIP. This government paid out $9 million to persons who ordinarily would not have qualified. $9 million to 6,700 of our brothers and sisters. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. $17 million in increased social welfare spending to provide expanded food assistance as well to support expansion of other social programs. The honorable member for Southern Shore spoke about it yesterday. $11 million more specifically to assist with food, to help people put food on the table. 11 million, in addition to what was done last year. The most ever, unprecedented. A temporary incremental monthly increase of $50 in old age pension administered by NIB. And Mr. Speaker, this is very important. As I said, Mr. Speaker, I visited 700 homes, Mr. Speaker. Persons primarily who were these same types of persons who are on old age pension, Mr. Speaker. These same people. And Mr. Speaker, the government in this new budget starting July is saying we will increase the old age pension by $50. That would mean a lot to people. That would mean a lot. Of course, everyone would always like to have more, but $50 more will go a long way. $20 million in contingency funding allocation for the public health sector, support to ensure the ongoing detection, treatment, and mitigation of COVID-19. Somebody say, well, hold on. What was that all about? What's that all about, really? COVID-19, as the honorable member for Elizabeth told us, we do not know if there will be a reoccurrence, a resurgence. We don't know if there will be COVID-19 being more prominent in the fall or sometime after the summer than exists today. So it is wise, and it's proper planning, and it's good management by this government to set aside $20 million for the detection, the ongoing detection, treatment, and mitigation. Mitigation means reducing, keeping it low. $30 million to expand the business support and continuity loan program for Bahamian entrepreneurs. $30 million directly to help keep businesses open under COVID-19. We know it's difficult. There's no question it's difficult. And the government is responding to the difficulty. $30 million, seeking to defer up to $120 million in tax collections to extend and expand, again, assistance to businesses. Expand the tax credit and tax deferral program. These programs are conditioned on the businesses using the proceeds. Listen this carefully. These programs are conditioned on the businesses using the proceeds on payroll. Payroll. It's the people. And making sure the businesses spend their money on keeping people employed. That's where the money going. It's going to people. It's going to the people. And making sure people keep their jobs. Because if the business closed, nobody got a job. The job gone with the business. Gone. $120 million. And to keep people employed. That's $120 million. This budget do not help people. Nothing could be further from the truth. $18 million increased allocation to the national health insurance. You know, they always criticize us, but, we don't care about NIH and NIH and our baby and all this sort of thing. Well, look here. In these circumstances, we got $18 million going to NIH. $18 million. Many tax reductions for agriculture and fisheries industry. And we heard the honorable member yesterday from Marco City. I mean, what a presentation about all the things we're going to be doing in agriculture and marine resources and the fisheries industry. What a presentation. And the people are literally and rightly excited about agriculture. There's an excitement about agriculture in our country today, but never seen before. Talking about unprecedented. Again, unprecedented. It's all about the people. Duty reductions for the construction industry. We know that a lot of our young men in particular work in the construction industry. Let's be real. A lot of our young men work in that industry. Construction jobs are important to our young men. And this will directly enable our young men to be employed and stay employed. And we know that construction moves the economy. It moves the economy. And it's one thing that does, construction does. And what are we doing? Duty reductions for that industry. Extending the special economic recovery zone or the hurricane drawing relief. This is all for the people. We know, I said earlier, in my earlier comments, I said back here, I said, we know the recovery is still ongoing. And we know a lot of work needs to be done. And we know a lot of money is going to be needed. And now we know this too. We're extending the special economic recovery zone to assist them, to bring in items, not having to pay duty, to make it easier for them to get where they need to be, to rebuild their lives and to build their homes. That's what this caring F&M government is doing. It's about the people. expanding the tax-free transfer of land where there is no change in beneficial ownership. Some might not appreciate this, but the transfer of land is very expensive. It is not cheap. As a lawyer practicing, and any who are lawyers who have done land transactions, this whole idea of the cost of land transactions, it is not cheap. And so we are expanding the tax-free transfer of the land where there is no beneficial ownership, change in beneficial ownership. Reducing duties to encourage more green technologies. Imagine, we say it all the time, we need more green technology. We say that all the time. Well, the government is doing it. It's reducing the duties to encourage more green technologies. Mr. Speaker, this budget seeks to unquestionably assist our brothers and sisters and businesses in many ways, directly in these turbulent and uncertain times. Mr. Speaker, I will now address comments. And I'm glad he's here. By the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island on Monday past. The Honorable Member attempted to make a lot of hay about several items. Let me first discuss the issue of the government borrowing of the $252 million from the International Fund, the IMF. His view is that it was not prudent for the government to borrow the said funds at this time, and at a bare minimum, his views were cautionary. In fact, Mr. Speaker, according to a Tribune story dated the 26th of May, 2020, the Honorable Member told the newspaper that the need to seek IMF help shows, and I quote, the chickens might be coming home to roost with the government finances. That's what he said but this FNL government bond, $252 million. Well, that is interesting. That's very interesting. Personally, I do not share his view at all, nor his concern about the matter. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? I am not alone in that view. In fact, none other than the former Minister of Finance in the Christie administration and former Governor of Central Bank, Mr. James Smith, said, according to the same newspaper story, the government's move to obtain a $252 million quote-unquote emergency loan from the IMF is, and I quote, a very prudent thing to do. Yes. Further, Mr. Speaker, that he was, quote, glad. He was glad. He was glad that the Ministry of Finance had chosen to act now, he said, in obtaining the low-cost financing rather than wait until the Bahamian foreign currency reserves came under pressure. Mr. Speaker, he went further. That wasn't all. He went further. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, to make it clear about the type of borrowing it is. And what is undeniable is that the borrowing is not part of any quote-unquote structural adjustment by IMF. There's no, he says that, there's none. And we need to stop using the IMF in this like some boogeyman. The IMF ain't no boogeyman. Not in this. Where the funds? Let me finish now. It is not part of any structural adjustment where the fund, and now he goes further. He really did a good job on this. He was very clear. He made his position very clear because he went on to explain what is a structural adjustment, because the average person might not understand that. So then he goes on. Here we go. Where the fund would impose a variety of austerity measures on the Bahamas as a condition of providing such financing. He said it was not that. It was not that. That had nothing to do with it. But he wasn't finished yet. But he did not leave it there either. He clearly wanted to leave no doubt. He wanted to leave no doubt in the public's mind an understanding on this issue, because he explained that the loan facility now being sought by the government was effectively being raised against the government's own shares. Our shares that we own in the IMF. Yes, we are. The very same Tribune story goes further. States that the Honorable Member Zuma, I want you to hear this now. The very same Tribune story states that the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island argued that the government's move is taking the country into quote-unquote uncharted territory. Since it is the first time ever this country has borrowed from the IMF. Now, listen, I want to listen to this carefully. Listen carefully. This is what the honorable member said. Said that the government, the FNM government, is taking this country into uncharted territory. This is the first time this is being done. Meaning we are borrowing money from the IMF. Mr. Speaker, newsflash. Newsflash. That's the honorable member's word. Newsflash. This is just flat out untrue. It is untrue. Mr. Speaker, it is untrue. Wrong, and it is factually incorrect, sir. Factually incorrect. Undeniably, it is not so. And worse, sir, it is a relatively easily verifiable fact. It is just not so that this is the first time we borrowed from the IMF. We know that. We know it. We know that. Because in the same Tribune story again, the former Minister of Finance in the Christian administration went to great lengths to tell us and to demonstrate plainly and undeniably the truth of the matter. He stated that the Bahamas obtained similar financing against its IMF share, known as Special Drawing Rights, or SDRs, in the wake of the 2008-2009 global financial crisis. Would you believe that? Would you believe that? Easily verifiable fact. But sir, there was more. But there was more still. There was more still. The same Tribune story indicated that a Tribune business report dated almost exactly 1 decade ago, not yesterday, not last week. 10 years. Okay, 10 years ago from April 30, 2010, confirmed that the government had obtained $178 million in IMF SDRs in the late 2009. As I said, and this reported from 2010. As I said, sir, it was indeed an easily verifiable fact. Easily, that we did indeed borrow money from the IMF before. We did. No strings attached. None.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. On a point of order.
Speaker, I don't know where the member is getting his information from. The borrowings that he's talking about was in 2008, 2009. Mr. Speaker,
No.
I'm finished. Speaker, all I'm saying was comments from this side was that the PLP never went to.
No, that's not this is very close. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to assist the member. I'd be happy to assist the member. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to assist the member. Mr. Speaker, in my hand, Mr. Speaker, in my hand, Mr. Speaker, in my hand, Mr. Speaker. See him here? See the picture here? See the picture here? See the picture of James Smith? See the picture of James Smith? You see the picture? You see the picture of James Smith? To the Bahamian people, do you see the picture? Cameraman. Or camera woman. Do you see this picture? Alright? It says, let's read it. Let's read it. It says IMF 250 million loan. Prudent and logical. That's what it said. And James Smith, that's what it said. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Mango Creek. Honorable member for Mango Creek. Honorable members. Whenever we rise on a point of order, honorable members, and whenever we rise on a point of order, here's what the chair would like for you to do. You cite the rule, and you cite specifically what you are disagreeing with what was said by the particular member. Because the member, from what I heard, never attributed to any particular party the borrowing. He simply made the point that it was not unprecedented, and that the former minister had just simply indicated that it had been done before. And so, what you don't want to do when you make an assertion is, in fact, be doing exactly what you're accusing your colleague of. On a point of order, from what
To the same point that member, you calling up a member for Golden Gate. Speaker, what is also misleading though, that is going to the nation and also to the wider world. The impression that is given by the member for Golden Gates is that these funds that was exacted or borrowed from the IMF was done under the progressive.
No, honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable member,
he was quoting.
honorable member.
Let me qualify them.
Speaker, that's in this
Speaker, let me tell you why I was qualifying.
I never said that. I never
Let me tell you why.
said that.
Mr. Speaker, I have a reason why. Speaker, the member for
He's misleading.
Honorable member,
Never.
honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
honorable member, here's what I'm going to do to resolve the matter. Honorable member for Golden Gates. And you have a copy, you're adopting the paper?
The article. Article is here.
I would like for you to
Yes, sir.
table the article.
IMF, Mr. Speaker, if I get some assistance, Mr. Speaker, if I get some assistance, this article is entitled IMF 252 million loan.
Honorable member for Golden Gates, can you table the?
Yeah, I will, Mr. Speaker, but I want to do it properly. Where you always ask us to indicate what is the document, what date is it?
Yes.
It's time to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Perhaps
please.
I get some assistance with the member from South Anderson, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps. Just perhaps.
Carry on. The chair recognizes honorable member
Thank
for
you very
Golden
much, Mr.
Gates.
Speaker. I'm so very grateful. This is an article entitled, as I showed to the camera earlier, the IMF's 252 million loan, quote unquote, prudent and logical, is dated Tuesday, May 26, 2020, and it's by Neil Hartnell, Tribune business editor. This is the article, sir. And I table this article. And there's a picture here of the former Minister of Finance, James Smith, Minister in the Christie administration, sir, and former central bank governor. Yes, sir. Table article. There's no mention, by the way, PLP in this article.
Honorable member, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully,
Your time is up.
Can I get more than 2 minutes,
I'm
sir?
extending you 2 minutes because of the interruption.
Mr. Speaker, that interruption is about 2 minutes. I live on 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you would be a little more generous.
just following your lead. Just following your lead.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, no, 3 minutes and 3 paragraphs. Mr. Speaker, even the honorable member had to conclude, this is Jomana, we still ain't finished, had to conclude that the rate on the IMF loan was very good when he was quoted in the same story that, quote, on the face of it, 1.05% is not, watch this now, not an unattractive rate in a market. The government paper due to mature in 2024 is trading at 15%, following the recent downgrade and negative outlook. Imagine that. The honorable member actually acknowledges that it is not unattractive. Or put it another way, that's better and easier to understand, right? Put it another way. It is quite an attractive rate, period. It's just an attractive rate. It's an attractive rate. That's what he said, in essence. It is unbelievable that he was just on Monday in this chamber telling the government that it should go early, go hard and be bold. That's what he said. And that is exactly what this government did regarding securing the loan against the shares from the IMF to shore up its critical foreign reserves, which could otherwise negatively affect the value of our dollar. And guess what? At a meager cost of 1.05%, Mr. Speaker. Almost free money. Almost, not quite. almost free money in terms of its financing costs. That is going early, that is going hard, and that is going low. In fact, ironically, had this government not taken advantage of the IMF loan, the honorable member, and Mr. Speaker, this is important, and I want many people to know this. I want them to know this. Ironically, had this government not taken advantage of the IMF loan, the honorable member probably would have claimed in those circumstances a dereliction of duty. Imagine that.
Honorable member, wind up now.
Yes. The Christie Davis PLP government had an unprecedented 1 year. We talked about that. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, I'm trying to go through this quickly. Mr. Speaker, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, it was either last year or year before last, Mr. Speaker. The point was raised. The point was raised that the honourable member for Cat Island, Kingston Sabah, Mr. Speaker, really ought to have apologized to the Bahamian people. They really ought to apologize. And Mr. Speaker, they don't like us to talk about this. They don't like to talk about this because it is not good for them. And Mr. Speaker, let's not forget this either. Cooper says PLP should apologize. Cooper said that. This Cooper is the Chester Cooper, the honorable member for Zuma, said they should apologize, Mr. Speaker. We are now, he said this in 2017, right after the election. It was in June 2017, in the Tribune article, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's important. It's important.
Honorable member,
yes, sir.
give the source and the date, and then.
Yes, sir. This is the Tribune article, and it's dated Tuesday, June 27, 2017. Everybody go online and check it. They're all there. Everybody check them. This is by Rashad Rule, Tribune staff reporter.
Honorable member for Golden Isles.
Yes, sir.
Golden Gate.
I got you.
Order that the documents be brought up
Yes, sir. You want me to-
that you're tabling.
Thank you. No, not that. No, that's the day. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member,
Yeah.
your time has expired.
Mr. Speaker. Give me another minute, please. Just another minute. I'm practically at the end. I just want to do something, and I'm
I
close.
see you flipping through pages.
It only looks that way. Yeah, it's all fixed from that distance. No, Mr. Speaker, I just want to just finish this, and then I'll just close out.
Just a moment. Honorable member, just a moment. Order that the documents to lie on the table. Mr. Clark. 60 seconds. 60 seconds to wrap up. And that's it.
You stand there? All right. And in other words, Mr. Speaker, I wonder, Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member made all that here on Monday about this FNM government, just moving on. And Mr. Speaker, this is the point. The honorable member talked, but move on. He said it here. He said it here with so much vigor, so much passion. Just move on. We ought to just move on. I guess he was talking about this too. Moving on from the apology. I guess he was talking about that too, Mr. Speaker. In other words, he seemingly was abandoning his call and his prudent advice to his leader and party to apologize for their actions and inactions, as the case may be. So now, 23 months away from the election, now he says, move on. Move on. Let's move on. Forget the apology. We don't apologize anymore. We needed to back in June 2017, but we don't need to do it now. Mr. Speaker, my very closing statement, my very closing thing is the last page right here. I'm going to get to it. I just want to close. These are some words. These are some words I want to share. Mr. Speaker, these have been difficult times. So that is why we all, one to another, ought to do what we can, for as many as we can, as much as we can, for as long as we can. I'm reminded of the poem by Maya Angelou.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Thank you. Honorable member,
Yes.
resume your seat.
Yes.
Thank you. Ready? All right. We're not going to put out Golden Gates. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank the Almighty God for this opportunity to stand in His honorable house to represent the wonderful people of South and Central Eleuthera. Since my last meeting in His honorable house, the people of Eleuthera, South and Central in particular, have lost the great soldiers, Mr. Speaker. I must make mention of Mr. Patrick Maynard. Mr. Maynard was one in a million, father, friend, and a community leader. We will miss him greatly, as he was a great leader. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Maynard was laid to rest on May 15th. And also, Mr. Speaker, I send my condolences to the Thompson family and Dempsey's wife on the loss of their mother, who was laid to rest on May 21st. May her soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, this is not easy when I get to this particular individual. Mr. Speaker, our island, our country, has lost a giant in the field of our community building. Mr. Charles Strong passed away. Sunday, June 7th. My good. I apologize for that. Charlie was more than a friend. When Charlie walked into a meeting, he had a humor that no one else had. Charlie and I had the greatest relationship one can have. Who believed in his number of color, who would have went to the extreme level, who believed that his F&M government could have moved mountains for him. Charlie believed in his community, and he fought until his last. Mr. Deputy, not knowing, last week, Saturday night, when me and my wife visited Charlie at the clinic, and of course we joined him to the airport, not realizing that that was Charlie's last flight. Charlie passed away early Sunday morning on the 7th. But thank God I had an opportunity to sit with him. I had an opportunity to say farewell. Charles Strong, who called himself Charlie Stratton, will linger in the minds of Eleutherians for many, many years. May his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, in the community of Hatchet Bay, there are some 8 deaths. They will be funeralized in the upcoming weeks. I want the families to know that my family and I, and that our prayers are with you. And I want you to know that God, who is all-knowing, will grant them comfort. May their souls rest in peace. Mr. Deputy, as an entrepreneur, I have faced many professional and personal failures and rejections. I had to learn the creativity of resilience to survive. The people of Eleuthera have learned the very same thing, dusting themselves off every time they fall. Mr. Speaker, When the COVID-19 pandemic hit the shores of the Bahamas, because of the resilience of the people of South and Central Eleuthera, we immediately went into great gear, protecting ourselves and saving lives. I worked very closely with our medical team in Eleuthera, as well as the COVID-19 team in New Providence. Mr. Speaker, I must pause for a second. I must publicly commend the former Minister of Health, the member for Elizabeth, for the passion he displayed, ensuring that the safety of the people of Eleuthera. He and his team immediately ensured that all of our medical facilities were COVID-19 ready. Hatchet Bay, Governor's Harbor, and Roxanne, which were identified as quarantine and isolation units. Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank the medical team in Eleuthera, the team in the South and the team in Central and in the North. They did an excellent job. They worked, they put themselves and their families online to protect the rights, to protect the citizens of Eleuthera. They should be commended for the job they've done. Our administrators, thank you. I dare not forget our police department. I think they were the best of what they did. The Speaker, our second phase was to receive 10,000 face masks and distribute them from door to door to every resident above the age of 5. The people of South and Central Eleuthera showed discipline and inner strength. Mr. Speaker, at this time I want to thank my dear wife, who fought so hard, who worked tirelessly with us to make these things happen. Mr. Speaker, I dare not forget the team that works along with me, who spend their long hours every other day on zone meetings, talking about the island of Eleuthera, how we are preparing, how we are weathering during the pandemic, during the lockdown. We communicated almost on a daily basis. And to all of you who took time out to help, I want to thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to throw this out to the residents of Eleuthera. This pandemic is not over. Let's not take it lightly. And all it takes is just one mistake, and all that we have fought for will be out of the door. Eleutherians, I say to you in particular, continue to practice social distance, continue to sanitize, continue to be vigilant as to what's going on in your communities. Mr. Speaker, we are not out of the woods as yet. Mr. Speaker, as we go along, when the natural world of adversity takes away one control, it is very difficult to find ways on how to secure your future. We look to the one who gives us strength. We become dependent on our spiritual will, which drives us to do what seems impossible. For faith is the substance of things, hope for the evidence of things not seen. Mr. Speaker, pre-COVID-19 in Central and South Eleuthera was definitely on us. Before the COVID, the economy of Central and South Eleuthera was on an upward economically trend. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has had its toll on our projects, and then we started, and it came to a stop. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to appeal to my government to ensure that there are no further delays in moving these projects forward to better the economy and the social aspects of the people of Eleuthera and the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, in the islands in particular, we find ourselves with challenges in many occasions. And as much as I may not want to say this, but someone must say this. We have persons in these islands who will continue to play games with the minds of the Bahamian people and with the government, Mr. Speaker. This is no time for a game. Families are hurting. We got to put people to work, Mr. Speaker. And I'm asking the government to fast track these projects. A project like Philadelphia and Governor's Harbor, the Potlatch Club, the Windermere Island Project, and Jack's Bay. Mr. Speaker, I had to speak about the Disney project in Eleuthera. It's been a topic for a long time. And I dare not leave no stones unturned when I talk about this project, because this project has brought a lot of adversity to the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, the government had to make a decision to actually go into Eleuthera to check and see how the minds of the Eleutherians were concerned in this Disney project, Mr. Speaker. And of course, there was a minority who had issues with the Disney project, Mr. Speaker. But they're still finding ways and means of penetrating this project, Mr. Speaker. And it's done mostly here in New Providence, Mr. Speaker. Eleutherians are sick and tired of being pushed around. We went out. We challenged the government. We told them what we wanted. Eleutherians know what they want. Our people are hurting. Our people needs to go to work. Mr. Speaker, why is such massive development for the island of Eleuthera continue to be pushed to a back burner? Because individuals have the authority to sit in various chairs to hold it back? It's not right. Eleutherians are tired of that. We are tired of promises. We are tired of seeing the developers come to our shores and leave. We can sit every day and look back at projects that came out of the ground and got so far and they left us, Mr. Speaker. We are tired of that, Mr. Speaker. The island of Eleuthera deserves better. And not just as it happens in the island of Eleuthera, but other family islands as well throughout this country, Mr. Speaker. We as family island MPs now have to stand up and speak for the rights of our people, Mr. Speaker. I'm of the view, Mr. Speaker, that not every decision made in this country should come out of New Providence, because we have people in our constituency who are just as smart and are qualified just as much as those in New Providence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are situations where we make mistakes, Mr. Speaker, but those mistakes can be corrected if we do it and do it the proper way. Mr. Speaker, I have a situation in my constituency today where a plan was approved to basically almost build 3 cottages in the water from 2017, Mr. Speaker. And I on 2 occasions, I must say this. He's a developer. He's a farmer. But we should not allow him to come to our country to break the laws in this country after what took place in Albuquerque and Freeport. Just a few months down the road, the homes were destroyed, literally taken from the foundation, Mr. Speaker. And right in Governor's Harbor, as I speak, the foundations are being done. The cast arenas were cut down yesterday, Mr. Speaker. I have a problem with that. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but I have to come to this honorable house to put it in the eyes of the public. We are talking every day about safety of our people. We are talking about building hurricane-proof homes and putting them in the right places, Mr. Speaker. But Eleuthera deserves that as well, Mr. Speaker. And no one should be allowed to come to this country and break those laws. The laws are on the books for every Bahamian. If it was granted, then it should be revoked. The Ministry of Works have the engineering department that can come and investigate this matter and solve this problem. But I'm not getting nowhere with that, Mr. because I bring it to this honorable house. The local residents are up in arms and asking questions every day. And that's why I'm here. I am their voice. I speak for the small man, Mr. Speaker. Those who don't have an opportunity to come to this honorable house to speak, I stand today in line for them, Mr. Speaker. I lived there, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, I was locked down on the island of Eleuthera for 3 months straight. Couldn't leave and didn't leave. When their lights went off, mine was off. When their water was off, mine was off. When they went to the clinic, I went, and I knew that they were there. And when the emergency flights came in, I was there too, Mr. Speaker. I said, Mr. Speaker, I want every resident of the island of Eleuthera to know today. Hank Johnson lives in his constituency every other day. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I stand in the honorable house and I speak, I become a bit emotional because I love my island. I love my people. Mr. Speaker, the bond is there. Sometimes people might not understand, but my people sent me here to represent them. That's what I'm going to do for as long as I can, to stand up and be their voice. Mr. Speaker, I didn't come here today to bash my government, and I will not bash my government. But this is the best thing that ever happened in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in many, many years, when they decided to elect the Free National Movement under the leadership of our great leader, Hubert Alexander Minnis. And Mr. Speaker, it is evident that during this pandemic, thank God Almighty, they had 2 doctors in the helm who took this country and who saved many, many lives, who now today the outside world is looking in and say, they did an excellent job in the Bahamas. We should have took pattern from them. Mr. Speaker, I dare not forget that. I dare not forget the medical team. Sometimes they made decisions that I want to cool with. I want to get out too sometimes. Sometimes I take the car and sneak out and say, I have to say I did it. And sometimes I act as if I'm a social worker. I just got tired of being home. Yes, and I call the inspector and say, Chief, you need some help? And I'll kind of sometimes just join them because I want to get out. And I want to see what was happening in my constituency because I didn't want no one to tell me. I wanted to know.
Yeah, you are the essential worker.
And I went through that constituency, I sneaked through them many nights, just checking. So most times I basically knew what was going on in that constituency. Some say they don't see me. I'm right there. Don't sleep on me, I'm right there. Well, when I say after hours, you got to drive through, you want to see who all, you want to see what is happening. And I was at the time, but I must commend the police department. They did an excellent job. I know, and I have to say this, I know Inspector ASP Adley got tired of my phone calls. I hope I don't have to call him as much anymore. But I was calling him 5-10 times a day. But that's how it is. That's a part of the job. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to really take my time today. And I'm going to now focus my attention to our medical facilities in the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the island of Eleuthera today, from last year, June, until present, we have had 132 emergency flights out of Eleuthera to New Providence, which has cost the government around this figure of $433,900. That's just one area. Mr. Speaker, out of that figure, 57 of those persons are deceased. That's just in the South. I'm appealing to my government today. The mini hospital is overdue. Eleuthera has now reached the stage where we need the medical facility. No ifs, ands, or buts. We need that medical facility to save lives. Mr. Speaker, Eleuthera has now become a fast-growing community. South Eleuthera in particular, where the developments are taking place, Roxanne is in desperate need of their clinic, Mr. Speaker. Roxanne is presently using a residence that's being rented for a medical facility. I think the time has come that Roxanne should have a proper medical facility. But when you look at what's happening in the South Eleuthera area, Mr. Deputy, we have Harpoon Key, we have the Disney project online, we have the Princess Keys, we have the Cape Eleuthera Resort, we have Davis Harbor. That's just in the South. And we're hoping that all of these projects will start back up and continue to move. But with the development, our health facilities need to be on cue. And so I'm appealing to my government. Please, if by all means, try to give us a proper medical facility in the Roxanne community. Mr. Deputy, I will go throughout my communities one by one, because you know Eleuthera has been left out of the equation for many, many years. But the time has come. The time has come that Eleuthera now needs to be looked upon and recognized. And the reason why I'm saying that today, because after what happened in those other islands, Eleuthera has begun to pick up the slack. And in order for us to continue to be, to continue to have a proper and a good outcome, good results, we need to have the facilities in place. And so, no one's going to visit the island of Eleuthera if there's no medical facilities. Please, my government, I'm begging you, healthcare is essential for the island of Eleuthera. Mr. Deputy, I came to this honorable house in 2017. I live in a town at the tip of Eleuthera called Parliamentary. I've asked for 2 projects. Parliamentary is in desperate need of a proper water facility. And they only asked for cable TV. And what is so amazing is that the governments come to this house and they pass legislation and they go into agreements with various companies to make sure that the Bahamas of the country is covered. And a company like Cable Bahamas, if my memory serves me, there was an agreement on the table that the Cable Bahamas was supposed to have cable throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas at a certain period of time. But Panama Town and the east end of Roxanne is still without cable today. This is some of the things that happens in this country. This company comes in and they fall short of the deal. I'm asking, I'm begging, and I've contacted Cable Bahamas over and repeatedly to look after the people in Panama Town. But you know when they was over there, Mr. Speaker? And Disney laid the first block. It's a multi-million-dollar company in there now. But they don't consider the lives of the Bahamian people in that small town called Panama Town and John Millis and the east of Roxanne. They're Bahamians. They deserve to have the essential services like anywhere else in this country. Mr. Speaker, Ramses Bight, in a larger community, Ramses Bight today, their school building that they house their school in, right now, is 100+ years. I visited that school on many occasions, and the roof itself had termites. The floor, they treat that building on 3 or 4 occasions. And every time they treat that building, termites surfaces out of the floor throughout the building. That's where our toddlers are. That's where our children are. That's where we send them to school to learn. I'm asking the Ministry of Education to take a look at that building and give the people of Ramses Bight a proper school. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go down my various communities. Waterport. That's where my good friend always fought for. Charlie Stratton always talked about his waterport. He made it clear. Whenever you go on those talk shows in the morning, there's a Charlie Stratton from Waterport, beautiful Waterport, Eleuthera. That was his hometown. They're in desperate need of access to the public beach. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this before, and I'm going to mention this again. And not just in the island of Eleuthera, but throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, where public beach access roads are being taken over by individuals, whether they're Bahamians or whether they're foreigners. Throughout various constituencies, throughout my constituency, Mr. Speaker, many of my public beach access roads today are blocked and closed off. I've been to Crown Lands in search of this. I'm asking the government, please step in, not just for us, but for the entire country. The Bahamian people don't realize the urgency of those public accesses to the beach. Mr. Speaker, God forbid, if there is tragedy on the high seas right off the island of Eleuthera, and there's nowhere to land your boat, lives could be lost. But if the accesses are in, we can save lives. Not only just the large vessels out there. But those of us who have families can be stranded at sea. There can be cases where we need to bring in an ambulance to save a life, Mr. Speaker. But there's no access to get to that. We take it for granted, Mr. Speaker. The other Caribbean countries around us, Mr. Speaker, have taken upon themselves to open up their accesses. We have an opportunity in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to do just that. We need to protect the rights of our citizens. That has happening throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, one of the other alarming things, and I think other members have spoken about this Crown Land issue. I think it's a problem basically in every island. It is sad, Mr. Speaker, and local residents do not have a piece of what we call the rock to call their own. And the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are holding it. And they're holding it. And what is actually happening is the young people who wants to purchase, who wants to build, who wants to do something home, cannot get a piece of that Crown land. We need to do better. We need to start to encourage our young people. We need to give them a reason to stay home, a reason to build, a reason to raise their families. But if they doesn't have access to a piece of land, they can't do it, Mr. Deputy. I say many young people in my constituency have to live from community to community. We know how we live in our communities. We live in the family. Families are closely knit. And no one wants to leave from Other Point where I'm from and go have to build on in Roxanne. They want to stay with their families are. But you know what's happening in my constituency? The residents of Hatchet Bay in particular, and Governor's Harbor, where they don't have access to land, are now having to go to other areas to have or to build a home. But our government and the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are sitting on this Crown land. But you know what's amazing, Mr. Deputy? Locals cannot get it. And we're all Bahamians no matter where we come from, no matter what rock we come from, we're Bahamians. But you will find in my constituency, I found this out, Mrs. Deputy, persons travel from other islands are able to have access to Crown lands when our own people can't get a piece of Crown land. That's not fair, Mr. Speaker. It's not right. I speak for the small man today. I feel their pain. I know what they're feeling. And every other member from the family island almost can attest to what I'm saying. Why don't we just give these people what God has left it for them? Not to give it to them, have them pay something for it. We came to this honorable, one of the things that bothers me, we came to this honorable house and we passed some legislation for certain areas and we made sure that land was straight, government land. Why can't we do the same for the people in the family islands? Why are we holding back on this land? They want a future too, Mr. Speaker. Young people are very important. They are the future of this country. They are the future of these islands. Why we think sometimes our young people don't get involved? Because sometimes we don't treat them right. We're not giving them anything. But make it available. Give them access to it. We passed the legislation for certain areas in this country. But we didn't think about those other islands. I'm asking my government to please consider our people. Mr. Speaker, now that I'm on the Crown land, in the Deep Creek area, there's a hole, it's like an ocean hole, similar to the ocean hole in Roxanne, it's called the Gully Hole. I spoke about this before, and I went to where I had to go to check it out. It's Crown land. This is an area where the ancestors used to go to the waterfront. This is where somewhere that is a part of their culture. It became a part of them. It's called the Gully Hole. Where they would go during the summer and the children would go swimming in, and all of their festivities were centered around this Gully Hole. I'm asking the government to please step in and give this property, deed this property back to the people of Deep Creek. It's their land. They decided to have it, Mr. Speaker. And there's no way under the sun that anyone could or should have the rights to take it away from them. It is their land. It's the people's land. So I'm asking this government to please look again and take care of this crown land situation. Mr. Speaker, Greencastle is a community not asking for much. All they're asking is for a little sporting facility, a proper sporting facility. Madam, should you, sir, the member of Seabreeze, the minister, if you can please find it in your budget to assist me and the people of Greencastle. But if it's just a small sporting facility, and Ministry of Works, yes, them too. Please. Mr. Speaker, Rocktown in the island of Eleuthera has always was called a capital community. Previous administration has allowed that community to deteriorate. Today I stand here with a voice asking my government to consider a new graveyard. Mr. Deputy, Rocktown have crown land. We don't have to go through what they went through in Spanish with my member from North. Land is there that belongs to the people. You don't have to purchase that. It's there. We attempted to do something with the Communist Committee. As the member of Parliament, I saw that there was muddy water, I backed off. I said to them, you all fix it. That's their community. But I'm asking the government today to consider putting a graveyard on a piece of that crown land, because right now, Mr. Deputy, I'm almost as bad as the member in the North when he had the situation in Spanish Wells. I'm almost as bad as him. Space is limited. And very, very, very limited. Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to note that the government entered into some arrangement and agreement to have the dock in Roxanne fixed, upgraded, and to have the harbor dredged. Because last year when I came here, I spoke about it, and to my knowledge, that help is on the way. Roxanne is scheduled to get a new dock at the Roxanne port. Mr. Deputy, Roxanne also is in need of road works throughout the community. And one of the other areas that needs full attention in the Roxanne area is the Roxanne International Airport. And the problem with the airport in Roxanne, Mr. Deputy, is that airstrip. That airstrip is in bad shape, Mr. Deputy. We need to have that airstrip repaired. The developments are taking place in the south. The developments are beginning to move in the south. We need to have that airstrip repaired, Mr. Deputy. I'm urging my government to give that airport some attention, Mr. Deputy. Because if we don't have it repaired sooner or later, at some point, they're going to have to close that down. That's because of the condition of the airstrip. Mr. Deputy, Carbon Bay is perhaps the largest community on the island of Eleuthera. I believe Carbon Bay is one of the only settlements throughout the country, perhaps, that you can go to almost on a daily basis and get a fresh piece of fish almost every day. Carbon Bay have two docks, two fishing docks. And I've been crying and asking and begging and pleading to have those two docks repaired. When I go to those docks, when I'm looking for fish, and I don't say very much anymore because there's nothing much I can say. They said have those docks repaired. Carbon may also have a situation where at their graveyard, there's an area in the graveyard that the sea wall needs to be replaced. We need to catch it and catch it now. This is hurricane season. And I dare not forget the roads in the community there. I drove to that community almost on a daily basis. And the roads and the condition within that community, they need some attention. And while I remember, we had the same situation in some areas in the Roxanne area as well. My constituency is in need of essential things, Mr. Deputy. And I'm going down this list because I want the Eleutherians to know that I live with you, I'm home with you, I see what you go through daily. I drive those roads too. So, Deputy, a little community called Savannah Sounds only asking for just a little catwalk, something that they can walk out to the ocean. It could be out the wood. They're not asking for nothing expensive. Just a little catwalk, dog, to get out there. For those of you who doesn't know where Savannah Sound is, it's right next to Windermere Island on the Atlantic side. They only want to be able to get out there, to tie their little boats so where they come in from fishing. That's all they're asking for. And then, of course, I moved to the community where I bred and born and grew up in, Palmetto Point. Palmetto Point is a community where a very large population as well. That community, for years and years, has appealed to the government to purchase a piece of land for them to have what we call a homecoming site. And for the past 20 years, we've been asking for this. We've wrote, we've campaigned, we've sent in petitions. Nothing has happened. I'm not putting it at the foot of this government. I'm just saying that we have attempted from all levels to try and fix this problem. At Makuba Primary School, the PTA a few years ago got together along with local residents and did put a structure in the back there. I visited the school, space is limited. Space is limited. And I want to thank the Minister of Education who I sat with. Recently we had a conversation about it. And I feel strongly that help is on the way. Century Lutheran High School has been there for years. We're asking that we have our roof repaired in the auto mechanic section. You can see the heavens. It's a metal roof. We're asking for some assistance. So, Deputy, Governor's Harbor is another community that are faced with several challenges. And being the community that Governor's Harbor is, it should never have been left in the state which it's in. Because Governor's Harbor and Roxanne was considered the two capitals of Eleuthera. And when you don't take care of your capital, something is wrong. Governor's Harbor have a serious problem with roads throughout that community. Serious problem. When it rains, certain sections of that road have 2 to 3 feet of water in Governor's Harbor. This is 2020. Governor's Harbor needs some attention. It's a capital community. We need to pay attention to it. We need to make sure that the property that the government, we've been looking at, the 50.44 acres. And I thank God, I want to thank you, the Prime Minister, I thank him today because the surveyors were finally in there just before the pandemic looking at the property so that perhaps the young people in Governor's Harbor will get a piece of the rock in short order. We're looking forward to that red letter day. Looking forward to that, especially young people. Governor's Harbor Dock is the one main port of entry in the island of Eleuthera that every international vessel comes to. We need to save it while we can. It needs some attention. Mr. Deputy, the Port Department in Central Eleuthera is in desperate need of staff. There's thousands and thousands of revenue out there that can be collected from governors from Hatchet Bay in the north to Belmonttown in the south. Governor's Harbor alone, in that harbor, and in the harbor in Roxanne, where during the season, there are sailboats and proper sailboats inside there. That's revenue. There are persons who have jetties and piers, and revenue need to be collected. There are residents there with power boats, on top of power boats, and revenue need to be collected, Mr. Deputy. One of the things that bothers me in the Fund Islands, Mr. Deputy, is that in every government department in my constituency, persons either retired or persons either was deceased. Do you realize that they do not replace those workers? You know what was happening there? You know what's happening there? They would come and get you and hire you as a contractual worker. You're paid never on time. This just didn't happen, Mr. Speaker. Let me get that straight. Let me set that record straight. This has been happening for years and years and years. I have persons in my constituency who've been working in various government departments for up to 23 years. And going home with nothing at retirement. I have another problem, Mr. Deputy. As much as I love local government, the system in local government need to be revisited, and the people in the Fund Islands need to be cared for and looked after better than they are. That local government system will hire you today and fire you tomorrow, and you carry nothing home, Mr. Speaker.
Nothing.
Mr. Speaker, the implementation of that system, they met well. But there's some errors in there that needs to be corrected, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 young ladies in the north who works in the post office department today, 20 plus years. Didn't collect a paycheck for 3 months the other day.
Longer than that.
Actually, as a matter of fact, they go to my brother in North, to the member in North to collect their paychecks. They taunted me to death, Mr. Deputy. But you can't get them for, they have families to raise. Why are we treating the Fund Islanders the way we treat them, Mr. Deputy? Family islanders are the humans as well, no matter what island they're in, they deserve to be treated with respect and dignity like anywhere else in this country, Mr. Deputy. I have a problem with the way that they be treated. We're neglected on many occasions, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, one of the problems and new problems we have present in the government departments in this country today. Who doesn't care anything about the Fund Islands?
Say it again.
They don't care. I can draw something to your attention. This is not a part of my film. I'm going to draw this to your attention. As a young Bahamian growing up in this country, I've watched NASA International Airport for the past 20 years. When the economy begins to boom and Christmas time comes around, what happens to that airport? What happens there? Do we have people sitting in those chairs who continue to run the department who cannot get it right after 20 years when all the flights are delayed? You boarding an aircraft to come to Newport, you had to sit on that aircraft 45 minutes, sometime an hour. You cannot get into National Airport. You cannot get clearance. It's not right. I say this, Mr. Deputy. If it's my mother, if she sits in the chair, she's not performing, then she needs to move. We cannot continue to allow this country to go down the pipe because of our friends and who they may be. We need a progressive country. The world is changing, Mr. Speaker. And the country, the Bahamas, got to change with the world. Because if we don't change with the world, we will be left behind. Modern technology is there, Mr. Speaker. There is no reason under the sun why some things are happening in this country that's happening today.
public sector reform.
I'm of the view, it's my personal view, we need a shake-up in the government system in this country.
Oh,
Many of them doesn't have any interest in this country, though. They worries about the 28th of every month, Mr. Deputy. And some is not gonna like what I say, but it's a fact. Do we want a better country? Let's begin to do it right. This just didn't happen under this government. This is something that went on from time and time and time. And their attitudes get worse. And some of the worst things in the world is some of them in the government department have such bad attitudes. Bad. I'm a Bahamian first. When I go there, I deserve to be treated with respect. And give me what belongs to me. I'm not asking you for no favors. Just to be respectful to me. Their attitude is something to be desired. Sometimes we may be afraid to attack certain things in this country, but the only way we're going to make it right is we have to talk about it. We need to stop talking and we need to get more action. Stop talking, more action. One of the other things that bothers me as a family living in the islands all those years, we come to this honorable house, we listen to the speeches, we talk about everything. Budgets are passed, and you say we're going to do the road breaks in Bimini. It's been another 5 years before Bimini road breaks begin. Why is that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy? Bahamians want productivity. We are tired. We are tired of our government coming here, passing the legislation, and take forever to activate it. Gone are the days, Mr. Speaker. We need action. The people in my constituency are waiting to see these projects come to fruition. If we pass the legislation, let it roll. We got some people, like I said before, they sit in those chairs and they can know they do with it. Put the folder here, and then they start playing the game, the blame game. But Hank Johnson didn't move it, so I didn't touch it. And you know what happens? The ministers are being blamed for it. Some of you ministers in this honorable house, step up the game. Stop allowing people to make you look bad. People elected you to serve them. The persons are sitting in your office who's not getting the job done, they are the Bahamians who have interest in this country, who want to see it done, who want to get it done. Stop allowing them to delay this government. And there are many out there who are delaying the projects. We need a wake-up call in this country. Reality check. Mr. Deputy, Governor's Harbor International Airport needs some attention. And I've been asking and begging for this airport, just like the one in Roxham. They are our gateways. Tourism in the island of Venezuela last year was booming. Self-drive rentals went out of the sky. Listen, there are more rental cars on the island of Venezuela than private planes. And during the season, you cannot get a rental car. What does that tell me and you? Our port of entries need attention. They say the first impression is an everlasting impression. They only ask for the airports to get some attention. That's what we're asking for. Leaky roofs, broken windows, cracked walls, lights hanging, cracked tiles. We're asking for attention. And we Lutherans, like every other island, have the right to ask for that. I pray that you ministers could stick it in your budget to help us out. And of course, Mr. Deputy, a little community called James System, right down the road. Not asking for much. Just one fishing ramp on the north side. One fishing ramp. And to fix the road, you don't have to pave it, just make it accessible. the young men, James system now have quite a few young men who do fishing now, who want to be able to have access to the ocean. So if we can fix that off and fix their sporting facilities, they will be okay. So youth is not asking for much. These are cosmetic stuff, Mr. Deputy. This deal is not major projects. And of course, Hatchet Bay, Mr. Deputy. The minister spoke about agriculture yesterday. Eleuthera used to be the agriculture capital of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Has proven itself over and repeatedly, from north to south. I want the minister and his team to put a little bit more energy into the island of Eleuthera, Mr. Deputy. There's potential there. There are young people there who want to go into agriculture, but looking for help and there's some assistance. And Hatchet Bay was our agriculture capital. Today it's not. Mr. Deputy, Hatchet Bay have an area what they call the administration complex, and it's owned by BAIC. It houses the police department, local government, and the post office department, and BAIC. I visited that place just a few months ago, along with the chairman. As a matter of fact, I've been there 3 times. The conditions, Mr. Deputy. The conditions. Please, I'm asking, again, some attention. Hatchet Bay Township, the roads are horrible in the township. They need some attention. And I believe I'm not the only member of parliament that came in this honorable house begging and pleading to the government to allow those people in Hatchet Bay to have a piece of that land to call home. I'm going to sound this again. Hatchet Bay, their real name is called Alice Town, which is on the Caribbean side. And the village is more or less pushed out on that point. And the land that is adjacent around that belongs to the people, BAIC, which is the government. In other words, the community is now being choked. She can't grow. The land belongs to BAIC. I've asked this government, I've asked you, I want to ask you again. Please free up some of that land for those people. Give them an opportunity to have a piece of that to call home. I'm not asking you to give it to them. Eleutherians are resilient people. They don't want it for free. They will pay what they have to pay to get it. But make it available. Make it available to them, like we've done in other areas in the Bahamas. They need to be looked after. Time has come, Mr. Speaker. Because if I remember, as a little boy, I remember the legislation was passed in this house to allow those people to have access to some of that land. We need to get the legislation together and do what's right. There's no politics mixed up in this. This is real talk. This is about the survival of our people who need some attention. Mr. Speaker, I'm begging my government. It's not much I'm asking for. If you can only assist in ways that you can, the people of South and Central will be appreciative. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of days ago, we had our first community food drive for South and Central Eleuthera, which was held on Monday past at the Savannah Sound Park. Over 1,000 families received grocery items. I want to thank Shelley, my wife, and the team who made this happen. my good member, my brother, the member of Parliament from the North, Mr. Mackey, I want to thank you. You helped me out tremendously. I dare not forget the One Eleuthera Foundation, Mr. Deputy, who stepped up to the plate and assisted. Mr. Speaker, quite a few of the Winter residents stepped up to the plate and assisted us as well. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to remind the people of South and Central Eleuthera that Jesus in his wisdom admonished us in Matthew chapter 6. Therefore, I say unto you, take note for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need for all these things. Mr. Speaker, I say to the good people of South and Central Eleuthera, not to worry. We know that Satan crept the spirit of fear, doubt, and worries to entrap our minds and rob us of our joy, peace, and sleep. So South and Central Eleuthera, as your member of Parliament, I ask you not to worry. God is in control. And it is the people's time. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera supports this budget, and we thank Almighty God for the wisdom He has imparted. South and Central rest. Thank you.
Thank you, the member for Central and South Eleuthera, as many. The chair now recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
Mr. Deputy. To please the chamber to oblige me, I wish to take this opportunity to give condolences to my parliamentary colleague, the person of Minister Oswald Johnson, for the passing of his sister. I wish to convey the same to his sibling, particularly former Minister Danny Johnson, Senator Gladys Johnson Sands, and former Speaker Italia Johnson. Mr. Speaker, to please the chamber oblige me an opportunity to continue expressing words of condolences on behalf of my constituents and family. Condolences goes out to the family of the late Reverend Erlin McIntosh, especially his wife, Reverend Mother Adelaine McIntosh, for the settlement of Fire Road, Abaco. He was a distinguished preacher and one who opened the door for me on many occasions to promulgate the word of the Lord, especially in that community. Beyond his wife, I wish to convey the same sentiments to his children and grandchildren, which are numerous, and I am familiar with many of them. May the soul of my collegial senior partner in the gospel, Reverend Erlin McIntosh, rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, the next distinguished gentleman I wish to convey my sympathy to on behalf of my constituents, my wife and family, and myself, is my former parliamentary colleague, the Honorable Nico C. Grant, and his lovely wife, Barbara Grant, on the passing of their son, Nico Grant. The Honorable Nico Grant and Mrs. Grant, I want you to know that I and the people of Pine Ridge are praying for you and with you at this time. We acknowledge your contribution to this honorable place. We recognize your service to Lucaya, which is now Central Grand Bahama, and the Bahamas at large. So this is a difficult interval for you, yet we concede the sacrifice your wife and children have made by allowing you to serve your country in such a significant way. As a result of your son's passing, precious memories of your daughter resonated in the hearts of many Bahamians, remembering that she predeceased your son. This member of Parliament and the people of Pine Ridge admire the strength you showed by you and your wife. It is a testament to present and future mourners. We pray that God strengthen you for your life sojourn, and may your legacy rise in your grandchildren as they fulfill their purpose in life. May the soul of your beloved son and daughter rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring something to the attention of this House and to the Bahamian people at large. It seems like every time that there is a debate in this House or a major debate, somehow it seems like Golden Isle, Centerville, and Pine Ridge are always delegated to the 7 p.m. hour, particularly because they know it is news time. I just thought I would let this House know that the Bahamian people are quite aware as to what's happening, and it makes no difference because at the end of the day, we know how to reach out to the Bahamian people because they want to hear what we have to say. They dare not do such a thing to St. Anne's because they're still hoping for that financial support come next election. And they dare not do it to St. Elizabeth because they know what the issue is, so they dare not do it. Because even in here, we practice classism, as was talked about in this place on last night. The next thing, before I move forward, I want to tell you a Bible story. Because it's almost known, like everybody knows when I'm going to speak, which is 7 p.m., and everybody knows who will precede me when I'm through speaking. I want to tell you a Bible story. It's about a young man by the name of Joseph. Joseph was disliked by his brothers because of his gifting and his ability that was given to him by the Father above. But he had 12 brothers. Well, whatever he did it under the leadership and guidance of the Spirit of God. And you know, he had 12 brothers, and one of them happened to be named Reuben. They were about to kill their brother Joseph. But Reuben recognized that they had the same father. And Reuben said, we could sell him out, but this is our brother. Don't kill him. Oh, if we would have more Reubens, or the spirit like of Reuben in this house and in this country, surely it would be a better place. That's just the Bible. Mr. Speaker, now to the matter at hand. I often begin my remarks with biblical quotation. There are two that were embedded in my spirit, so I decided I would quote both of them for this occasion. Psalms 105 and 15. Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm. Proverbs 29 and 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Proverbs 29:2. Mr. Speaker, it is with profound pleasure and patriotic privilege that I'm able to pronounce, proclaim, and pontificate policy as they affect the good and gracious people of the Pine Ridge constituency. It is upon their shoulders that I stand, and I serve at their preference. I only hope and pray that they are proud of me as I am of them. May God bless you, Pine Ridge, and by extension, the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I wish to begin my dissertation with an anthropomorphic analogy. Now, Mama, anthropomorphic means to compare humans with something that is non-human. The government is human, and I'm about to compare them with something that is non-human. Whereas, to make my point as relevant as possible, let's converse for a moment on batteries. Don't care how good or even bad a vehicle might be. Without the use of a battery, the vehicle is unlikely to go anywhere. In order for the vehicle to move despite the luxurious body, the rims on the tire, the technological apparatus within, the plush seat, and the statement the vehicle makes by its very appearance, yet without a battery, the vehicle goes nowhere. Moreover, for the battery to work, it must have positive and negative. Not just in a car, but anything that requires the usage of a battery to keep going, or for it to be energized, or even to have an epic experience. The battery must have negative and positive. I submit to you that the government is the battery, and that the vehicle is the nation. As the government, we're supposed to propel the nation forward because we are the battery. Unfortunately, the people's vehicle has not been moving as it could because from day one, we had problems with this battery. You see, you can't have a battery with just positive and positive, or negative and negative. Every battery that is legitimate has a positive and negative end. The conclusion, as it relates to this battery emanating out of this place, is that we have a government that prides itself on positive while repudiating the negative side of this battery in order that the nation's vehicle could propel, advance, and excel in all facets of society. This is no time for self-aggrandizement, admiration, or approval. Old folks used to say self-praise is no recommendation. A battery for any vehicle or gadget must have both positive and negative for it to work at its full optimum or potential. The Bahamian governmental vehicle has been stalled for some time prior to Ms. Dorian and Mr. Corbett due to battery problems. In order to move the government or any agency forward, there must be positive and negative working together simultaneously. The Bahamas need a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to democratic governance, it must be seen within and without. And we should never seek to castigate, ostracize, or victimize those who share a different viewpoint. To do so by an organization, government, or individual only shows how myopic they could be in their view. while trying to convince the masses how democratic they are. To do this is to play with the intelligence of those you're trying to convince. Difference of opinion only give potency to critical and analytical thinking on every social, policy, and innovative idea. The Bahamian people want a government that's fair and balanced, where democracy lives and their opinion matters. Regardless of their academic qualification or political persuasion, Bahamians want to be heard and respected in the Bahamas. So often, political organizations come to our people asking them to give them a chance. And then when they arrive to the place of power, they no longer want to give the people a chance who made it possible for them to have their chance. The Bahamas need a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Bahamas has your legislative authority to present to this parliamentary democracy its annual budget, which it has done for the past 4 cycles consecutively. The only difference about this budget is that Hurricane Dorian and pandemic COVID-19, their professional titles, will be used as justification for enhanced borrowing and debt increase. I guess it's fair for one to say that's a political perspective that a government should use. Perhaps it might have worked if we had not borrowed prior to these dilemmas $3 billion. Now we're here seeking to raise or borrow $1.3 billion. If I include the additional $246 million that you seek to borrow for BPL, we're talking about practically $1.6 billion. Like every other Bahamian, we comprehend the reality of you having to borrow due to circumstances compelling you to do so in this amount. Notwithstanding, you seem to be, as a government, consistent in your annual budgetary presentation. If I'm correct, my calculation since coming to office, we would have borrowed approximately $4 billion. Basically $1 billion annually since coming to office. This billion, which is justified at this time, seems to paint the financial thing that you have proclaimed in this place from day one, the borrowing of billions of dollars. Prior to Mr. Kovac and Ms. Dorian, we borrowed as a government $3 billion. And the people and myself are yet to see infrastructurally and constructurally something that we can see, touch, and feel. Let me emphatically say, producing policies and creating legislation with the fancy title fiscal responsibility does not infer that you are fiscally responsible. Having a fiscal responsibility bill and quarterly budget reports do not make a government automatically fiscally prudent. For Bahamians, you can create, for Bahamians, you can create thousands of policies. But if it does not produce money in people's pockets, they will tell you what you can do with your policies, your practices, and your plans. Since coming to office, the government continues to speak about the downgrades of the previous government, while ignoring the fact that since coming to office, we have been graded and blacklisted on numerous occasions by the European Union in March 2018, by the CFATF, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, in October 2018, Holland, January 2019, EU again, March 2019, France in 2019, and again, the EU, May 2020. While we talked about when we came to office, how we suffered many downgrades under the previous government, for full disclosure, let me state that the downgrades did not begin in the last 5 years with the previous government. Now our government has been downgraded on our watch in April 2020 of this year by Standard and Poor's. And Moody's seems to be taking us in the same direction. Nonetheless, the harsh reality for us as a government is that despite us speaking about the former administration's downgrade, we have not moved beyond junk bond status on our watch. Debt to GDP, rather than decreasing, has increased to some 82.2%. At this rate, we'll be at 100% in no time. The national debt has basically grown about 40% in my estimation. When we came to office, the national debt was about some $6 billion. Listen, if you listen, you'll hear. When we came to office, the national debt was $6 billion plus. When you leave the office, the national debt will be probably $10 billion or more. If we continue on this trajectory, you will probably double the national debt before leaving office, in the vicinity of approximately $12 billion.
It's a point of order. Point of order.
Yes, the member is absolutely misleading and stating incorrect facts.
He's making a suggestion.
No, you can't make that kind of statement, though. You can't make that kind of statement. No, Mr. Speaker,
let me hear your point first. Let me hear your point.
There's a way that he might be able to make some claim, right? However, yeah, he better say that, though. Because the number he's throwing out is absolutely incorrect, and he cannot support it. And so unless he can support it, he should withdraw it.
Member East Grand Bomber, respectfully, I think
with respect, Mr. Speaker.
No, one second. I heard your point. From where I sit, East Grand Bahama, the member made a statement, made some figures, and I was listening to him very carefully. And I think he was very clear when he said, it was his view, if we continues in that direction, I believe. So I don't think the member is out of order in his, you might not agree with him, but I don't think he's out of order in his, this is a debate. I don't need the help of the opposition right now, or the all actually. I don't think the member's out of order. I think the member made a statement that he feels as if we continue to go in this direction, all of us gives our predictions in our debates. So respectfully, East Grand Bahama, I don't think that the point is taken. Hold 1 second. Member for East Grand Bahama, let's make it clear, I'm not defending. The chair's position is to listen and to make a ruling based on what he hears and what I understand the rules of debates to be. And I try to do that on both sides. And I have listened carefully, and I intentionally listen carefully to the words of the member for Byron Ridge, especially when I see the member for East Grand Bahama in the House. And I'm convinced, and I invite you, if you wish, you could call it to be reviewed if you wish, to listen clearly and carefully to the words of the member for Byron Ridge and the ruling of the House stands. Member for
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And might I also add that the trajectory in the book is that when the government leaves or at the end of this term, their projection is $10.3 billion. So I'm not too far off, a difference of 1.7 billion. You're trying to alter my train of thought, but it's also nagging me, and I heard others speak to this in a different correlation and a different point of view. But I am asking the question because many out there are asking, why are we borrowing from the IMF? My advisors tell me that when you start down the road of borrowing from the IMF, it's not a good sign or signal to your international lender. Yet we want to promote ourselves as the most fiscally responsible government to have ever sat in this chamber. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely my point. When we came to office, the government should have been more cautionary and conservative with their financial decisions. Example, I and 3 others voted no against value-added tax. 4. Because, well, 3 others and myself made 4. I voted no against value-added tax because I believe it was too much of a burden to be put on the backs of the Bahamian people. Too much, too high, and too fast. Notwithstanding that we promised to repeal this tax. If I had to vote again, knowing what I now know, I would not vote no. If I had to do it again, I would not vote no. I would vote hell no. I've always believed that this government should not have increased taxation without growing the economy. It'd have to go after you raise the taxes. But I could talk to you some more about this. We did nothing to add to the Bahamian people's pocket, nor did we create an economic boom despite our touting of 7 million touristic arrivals prior to Dorian and the pandemic. Unemployment was still high prior to Ms. Dorian and Mr. COVID. And Mr. Prime Minister promised that unemployment would be under 6% by November of this year. The Bahamians are asking this Pinocchio government, will this promise be like the other promises? I warned this government to talk less and do more. When you are in quicksand, the more you wiggle, the faster you sink. It seems like every pronouncement by this government appears to be nothing more than a wiggle leading them deeper into quicksand. The Bahamas need a fresh start. When I came to this place, some said it was sour grapes. Others said I was one voice crying in the wilderness. Well, Mr. Speaker, there are now several voices crying in the same wilderness. And 5 years is moving faster in here than some of us thought. Mr. Speaker, what I find interesting, it seems like the persons who knew where the bathroom was in the F&M headquarters and may have even paid for it, persons who've helped and forfeited so much that this government could sit where it sits, have all been banished to backbenchers. These persons would have sacrificed their time, their energy, and in many cases, their family. Many persons are sitting in this chamber and don't know what price was paid for them to have the opportunity they have been afforded. Other than Kalani and Marco City, who may also share part in this testimony, who remain on the front bench, Centerville, Tall Pine, St. Anne's, Elizabeth, and Pine Ridge have been in frontline politics prior to 2007. We have all been relegated, however, to backbenches and the proverbial political wilderness. If this trend continues to be the norm for those who have made such sacrifice for this government, then I can only earnestly pray for Marco City. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, many party supporters, including former parliamentarians, who have also sacrificed so much for us to be sitting in here. Voices have been silent under this government's leadership. Yet we pronounce how democratic we are. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, because they're saying never did it, so I got to make sure they hear me loud and clearly, Mr. Speaker. We, Pine Ridge, lauds the government for its effort to protect the citizenry during this pandemic. The ambiguity would be whether they close too early or they're opening too late. But we understood their efforts in this regard. That's why people said, during the pandemic, we didn't hear from you, Mac, because it was a balancing act for me as a member of parliament, because we were dealing with people's lives. You got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to walk away. I would be remiss if I did not tell you how saddened I was to hear of the many stories as it relates to our people being fined and brought before the courts for what myself and many Bahamians deemed needful. The book I read says, what's needful is lawful. We penalized many poor people in this country and brought them before the courts when discretion could have been better used by both law enforcement and the judiciary. The people will not forget this. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the many essential workers, healthcare workers as well, who have been on the front line of this pandemic. We applaud them for their courage and commitment. I also wish to thank the former Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. Dwayne Sands, who gave us a great revelation this morning. It got me thinking about all them people's names who've gone missing off that list. For his stellar performance in the ministry during a crucial and critical health period in the lives of the Bahamian people. We commend you, sir. Mr. Speaker, for the first time...
Point of member for Bamboo. Member for Bamboo.
Go ahead.
The business of the House is going beyond 7, so.
Thank you. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Deputy, I do now move that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. tonight.
It's being moved and seconded that the business of this House carry on beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing would rise. The business of the House should carry on beyond the 7 p.m. hour. The chair now again recognizes the member for Pine Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in history of the Bahamas through the emergency of power as depicted in the Constitution, we flirted with dictatorship, which left a bitter taste in the mouth of many Bahamian people. Never again should one man be given such power in a national crisis, regardless of the position he or she holds in this nation. The competent authority moving forward should consist of a minimum of 3 persons or a maximum of 5. If you're speaking about national unity, it should include the leader of a majesty's loyal opposition or his or her representative. It's also called political maturity and political neutralization. But if you can't neutralize your own, how can you politically neutralize others? This experience in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas only speaks to the fact, Bahamas, that we are in need of constitutional reform, and we must do it so that we can preserve our democracy and the free will of our people moving forward. Mr. Speaker, one of the primary concerns and objectives behind the imposition of the emergency power was declared to protect the lives of Bahamians. Resulting in that declared purpose, Bahamians were not able to travel via inter-island, nor able to leave their houses, or even go to the pharmacy for emergency medication. I found it absolutely strange, egregious to say the least, that after all these sacrifices throughout the length and breadth of this country, having curtailed our various social activities in the belief that we were protecting our lives and the lives of others, that this government had publicly declared that it will not be putting testing measures in place for persons entering the Bahamas to prevent the spread of the coronavirus by international travelers coming to our shore. Notwithstanding the PM's retraction, which he limited up to June 30th, leaving the door open for the possibility from July 1, stating that the pandemic response by the country is still fluid. Now, I want us to recognize we can't test perhaps everybody coming in, but my view is that anybody traveling to the Bahamas coming in should have some kind of verification stating that they have been tested and that the results have come back negative. Something has to be done. This is what hurts the Bahamian people and weakens this government. You make it difficult for Bahamians to travel inter-islandly. You demand so much, even for our people to come home. I know Bahamas here don't fly on free gas and don't fly on air, but you have to now resort to charging our people to come home. But yet you have been known to repatriate people from this country on a full Bahamas Air jet with our pilots, our stewards and stewardess, and then charge them a dime. This government demands so much of us as a people while requiring so little from foreigners. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, what Dorian and COVID-19 did was bring amplification to our reality, which is that the time has come to diversify the economy. And my speech was written before Marco City made his presentation. We've spoken about diversification, but no government has truly proceeded in this vein with vigor or vitality. We should, as a nation, seek to develop our blue, green, orange, purple, and silver economies. Self-preservation, reliance, and sustainability ought to be the order of the day moving forward. Feeding ourselves must become a government priority for this future generation and this generation. We should be developing and growing poultry, animal stock, fruits and vegetable farms throughout the archipelago. Some islands should become capitalized for one thing or the other. Example, Eleuthera pineapples, Long Island mutton, Andros crabs, and Inagua salt. Consideration should also be given for the production of fish, conch, and lobster farming as well. We must get serious about feeding ourselves, and if done properly, even a few others. We need to put emphasis on producing, branding, marketing, and exportation, domestic and international. And I am my own speech writer. I have nobody to write for me. That's why it was clear to him that my speech was written before his delivery. We need to move away, Southern Shores, through you, Mr. Speaker. We need to move away from fossil fueling. We need to be looking at solarization more so as a country. We need to improve and in some cases create digitization throughout the government agencies. We've been hearing about this digitization for the last 20 plus years and e-governance, and it's still at mediocre level and can be and ought to be enhanced.
1 second, I might see the member for Freetown on his feet. You can't recognize this Freetown.
Yeah, in my car listening to the speech and passing the House of Parliament, and I had to pop back in when you said that Bahamas Air flew non-Bahamians for free to other parts of the world. That's simply not true, sir. Bahamas Air, anybody who was a non-Bahamian who flew on Bahamas Air paid for that ticket. We flew people to Mexico, it was paid for. We flew people to Cuba, from Cuba to St. Lucia, that was all paid for. Yes, they were paid for by the St. Lucian government.
You misunderstood me, Tourism Minister Honover. Yes, you misunderstood me. The reference that I was making and the inference I was making was the fact that we've had illegal immigrants by large numbers in this country. And we flew them south and then charged them a dime, which was on the expense of the Bahamian people. And if we can spend our money on non-Bahamians, certainly, because when our Bahamians were stuck in those foreign lands, the little that they had, they were struggling just to survive in another man's town. So the least we could do was fly them home, complimentary of their national carrier. You believe that in your heart? Mr. Two Passport, I do.
A member for Parliamentary, when please on a point. But on 1 second, let the speaker speak first. I'm going to acknowledge you. I don't think I need to.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but I'm going to make the point anyway. I don't think any member needs to be reminded of the rules of this House, particularly when addressing fellow members.
I understand.
Yeah, but the members from Freetown, the members from Tall Pines, the members from Fox Hill, and there's a clear section. You can't insult members, and you withdraw it. I'm just bringing it to your attention. The chair recognizes, and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm trying to stay focused.
and it's withdrawn.
I'm trying to present without being provoked.
But be respectful.
And yes, I'm trying to be.
But be respectful.
Yes, sir. And I hope that I am.
Yes.
I hope that I am.
I don't know if the member, 1 second, I'm the member Golden Gates making a point of order, or you was.
Point of order?
I hope you're not repeating what the speaker.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, did he withdraw?
Yes, he did.
He did withdraw.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, though, I think you should also apologize to the member. I think you should apologize to the member. I think that was really beyond the pale. But if the member doesn't think it's necessary, if the member doesn't think it's necessary, that's fine, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Golden Gates. The chair will accept the withdrawal.
And I go look, Southern Shores and I do share a personal relationship. And you know what? I will apologize. I will apologize. I apologize.
Very good,
Okay? I thank you. I thank you.
Thank you, Byron Rich. Thank you.
And I hope I answered Freetown. Let me also say, we need, as I said, to put emphasis on producing, branding, marketing, and exportation, domestic and international. We need to be moving away from fossil fueling. We need to be looking at solarization more so as a country. We need to improve and in some cases create digitization throughout the government agencies. We've been hearing about this digitization for the last 20 plus years. And e-governance is still at a mediocre level, and it is still difficult to do business in the Bahamas via through the government, who promised that we would have an ease of doing business. Even in this situation where we're trying to help our people, the red tape, the forms you gotta fill out, they're not one or two. One person was telling me it took 24 forms. We need our natural resources returned to the people. The aragonite, the coral, the oil, the pine, the reef, the rock, and the sand. All that, and let me say this. I often hear the people who in this natural resource, when you ask them about it, they say, ain't no money in it. But if no money in it, why are you still in it? How no money could be in something and you're staying in it? You should have closed shop a long time. All that the Almighty gave the Bahamian people and not individual families, we want it back. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, it's time to amend or perhaps even abolish the Quieting Title Act of 1959. It's time also to take a strong look at these state-owned enterprises. In some instances, seek partnership or sale if need be. But we cannot continue to hold SOEs for political advantages or football. Despite all the money being borrowed for BPL and the bond resolution, y'all remember that? Despite the $100 million Godzilla Wasilla generator, the additional charges on the backs of the Bahamian people, yet we still can't keep the electricity on. Abaco is in another hurricane season, and the major part of the island still remains in darkness. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. I want to applaud, Mr. Speaker. I want them to hear this because they say, oh, he's coming here and don't say nothing good. I want to applaud the government for raising senior citizen pension by $50. I thank you for remembering the elderly folks. We also thank the government for the assistance from NIB. Though for some people small, our people are grateful. Nevertheless, we, the people, would appreciate if you would stop acting as if you did us some special favor. After all, it is our money. We all pay taxes in one form or another. Mr. Speaker, there is a perception out there with our government as it relates to the people of the Bahamas. Why does it seem like we have to be down on our knees and backs before you give us anything of economic substance? F&M government. Example, 55 million, up from 5 million for small and medium businesses. What a difference you would have made for these businesses had you done this 2 years ago. Can you imagine how many businesses may have survived this pandemic closure because plenty of these businesses are not coming back? Had you just injected $55 million into small and medium businesses? You reduced the agriculture and fisheries duties on fishing material from 45% to 20%, and farming equipment from 25 to 10%. Wow. The government said to spur construction domestically and to create mobilization in the industry, all building materials have been reduced to 20% throughout the country. Imagine if you had done this 2 years ago. What kind of economic growth could have occurred? We would have been further along economically and domestically despite the storm and the pandemic. You've given us a back to school VAT holiday. Very good. We thank you for the incentive. We've moved beyond airplane parts, washing machine, and helicopters. Now you want to introduce these concessions. Now you want to introduce these concessions. Now you want to help us ordinary people with these incentives. What's sad about all of this, Bahamas? They waited until we lost our jobs, behind in our rent, the economy is spiraling out of control, downward, and the uncertainty of our employment. The government said we hardly, as Bahamians, save any money. But we've been placed as Bahamians in a predicament of survival to eat and to keep a roof over our heads. Many rents are far behind and don't know how they're going to catch up. Cupboards are empty tonight throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Many people don't know where the next meal is coming from. The government waited until we hit rock bottom as a people. Then you gave these concessions. Good ones, might I add. But how much better off we as a people would have been if you did these things 2 years ago. Up until now, the Bahamian people felt like the government had its feet on our economic neck, and we just couldn't breathe. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. The unemployment rate in Grand Bahama and Abaco is going through the roof. Nassau is suffering the same fate, and indeed throughout the Commonwealth. In Grand Bahama, industrial companies are laying off people left, right, and center. There is much uncertainty in Grand Bahama. The Reconstruction Authority established by the government is dismal at best. We are already in another hurricane season, and many people's homes are still unlivable. This government implemented a legislation called mandatory evacuation. And we haven't built one hurricane-proof shelter for the people to evacuate to. Many shelters have been deemed by the government are still not prepared to receive evacuees. We in Grand Bahama are still without proper functioning hospital. The government promised that it would be completed by March 1st, before the pandemic hit us. The hospital is all over the place. You don't know where to go for service. The conditions for the healthcare workers in Grand Bahama, to include our doctors, nurses, and patients, remain atrocious. The government promised us an oncology center for such an inhabited island. Why is it that this service has not been extended to the many cancer patients on our island who quite frankly can't afford to travel? The population warrants our own oncology center. Our schools, especially Hugh Campbell in my constituency, is still in a deplorable conditions since the hurricane last year. A school that had such a large influx of students should have received more attention and due care by this government. The Grand Bahama Power Company seems to take advantage of its residents during crucial and hard times. after Hurricane Dorian. It seems as if they were working with us. And then afterward, we got hit with a large bill. The exact same thing appeared to have occurred again during the pandemic. They act friendly to the consumer in the immediate process, but it seemed like they stick it to us thereafter. This is too much for residents who are only trying to get on their feet. Grand Bahama Power Company, if you want to show your consumers your appreciation, please don't lead us to believe that we're being exploited because you're the only gig in town. Many Grand Bahamians feel abandoned by the government and the Port Authority, who seem to blame each other when it's convenient. 9 months later, and Grand Bahama water is still salty, by the way. Have you ever heard of reverse osmosis? And by the way, the hospital is dear to us in Grand Bahama, but the Port Authority, according to your legal document, you should be assisting us, the government, in making sure this is done. Quite frankly, according to what they tell me, it should be wholly and solely on you. But I'm not going to put it on you. I'm just going to simply say, we need and we want a hospital. Grand Bahama Port Authority and government, let's get it done and stop looking for excuses to pin it towards each other. We're jammed with an abandoned hotel, which has cost us dearly and still costing us, making us believe it was a done deal when it was just a heads of agreement signing. I would prefer better. I would have felt better if you bought the hotel I would have felt better if you bought the airport before the hotel, because we would have controlled the situation. We would have been responsible for bringing heads to put in beds. We bought a hotel knowing that the airport was always and has always been the issue: taxes and landing fees. The harsh reality is, Grand Bahama's gotten worse, despite all the political positions and so-called power. I want to slow down on this because I know Pine Ridge, Grand Bahama, and the Bahamas is watching. I have to make confession. Grand Bahama did better with less political power. 5, and we still took a dive. Add an additional 3, and Grand Bahama still is not free. A total of 8, and we still can't get it straight. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm just about through. Politicians, no. And you know, that's amazing. When I speak, they want me. And Bahamas, I want you to hear me. When I speak, the government wish for me to say we. When I speak, the government wishes for me to say we. When it's convenient, they want to include me. But when they have conclave, where I can speak truth to power, they don't invite me. And then they say I'm disrespectful because I speak truth to power. Well, if I am disrespectful for speaking truth to power, what does that make you who don't speak truth to nothing? Politicians. Politicians in the Bahamas have this insatiable belief that they know more than everybody else in the country, while portraying that Bahamians are forgetful people. They try to make you believe. I'm just warming up, Yamakaw, through you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just warming up. This is the third year. And if you listen to me today, I pivot. I pivot by telling you some of the things you need to do and should have been doing as a government. That's the pivot. So you can't walk out of here and say, he never gave us nothing, he never gave us no suggestion. So in case you continue to have a deaf and dumb spirit as the Bible describes it, you won't have it no more. Politicians in the Bahamas have this sensational belief that they know more than everybody else in the country while trying to portray, while trying to portray the Bahamian people as forgetters. They try to make you believe that Bahamians tend to forget. I have every confidence in the Bahamian people. They do not practice selective amnesia. They are smarter than most politicians give them credit for. Bahamians have a good memory. They will smile and make you feel that all is well until the day of reckoning. And when the day of reckoning comes, let me give you all a clue. If you hear them silent, pack your bags, you're gone. You ain't hear them saying nothing on that day. If you ain't hear them saying nothing on that day, you can tell sweet Jesus, that one call over. Somehow politicians believe that they are the people's psychiatrists, that they will convince the people it's all in your head. They will try to persuade us. They will try to persuade us, Bahamas, that we didn't increase that by 12%. That we did not increase that to 12%. They will try to convince you that the Oban deal was a figment of your imagination. Determination, especially you, from what they tell me. Determination of government workers were all contractual. They will tell you they didn't fire some politician and kept others conveniently. They don't want you to believe they cried for others and didn't shed a tear for us. Junior doctors never took to the street. We never intended to raise MP salaries. And then in Grand Bahama, they will try to convince us. In Grand Bahama, we didn't buy a dysfunctional hotel. We didn't have a dismembered hospital. We don't have a dilapidated airport. We don't have a discouraged community with a depressed economy. Abaco is in darkness and disarray since Hurricane Dorian. And we built houses, and they will tell you in Abaco that we build houses and not igloo-like structures. Let's not forget the burial atrocity and disrespect of the dead shown some 9 months later after Hurricane Dorian. Oh, and they'll also try to convince us that we didn't borrow $3 billion in practically 3 years and counting. And we didn't tell the world the Bahamas is corrupt. And we didn't say we prefer bananas from Haiti rather than Andros. We didn't dismantle an entire proficient BPL board. They'll try to convince us that we didn't strip our political organization of its tenets, nor did we divide our country and ignore the poor. They will try to convince us it never happened. The Bahamas needs a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians are tired of the back and forth and which government was worse than the other. It's a disgrace. We come to this place just to say who was worse than the other. Bahamians want vision for their future. and their children's future. We want progression. We want nationalism. We want patriotism. We want sustainability. We want participatory democracy in all facets of our society. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people want a government that is principally proper, politically positive, people-propelling, socially sensitive, economically embracing, consciously caring, educationally exposing, and nationally natural. This is what the Bahamian people want, need, and pray for. All Dorian and COVID-19 did was magnify the government's leadership ability or lack thereof. If I told you from this place before, can you hear me now? I told you from this place before, when it comes to governance, it's not what you say, it's what you do. Because the Bahamian people are tired. When I look at this budget and listen, when I look at this budget and listen to what has been echoed in this house, my only conclusion is the Bahamas needs a fresh start. Pine Ridge rests.
Thank you, Member for Pine Ridge. Member for Pine Ridge, I think it's important that the chair just make this point, because I want the Bahamian people to understand the neutral position of the chair. You made a comment at the beginning of your speech. I want the Bahamas to know the chair has no issues with respect to when speakers speak in this honorable house. The chair has no interest in when speakers speak. And so all of us in this house are either F&M members, PLP members, or independent members. My understanding, and the speaker may clear this up, is that there's some understanding. Now, I would only advise, member, that you should talk to your whip and clear that up. I just want to make that clear to the Bahamian people that the chair, to protect the chair, has no interest in when speakers speak. Consult your whip member for Pine Ridge. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Pine Ridge. Sorry, Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise by the grace of God and for the good of Pinewood and for the fleeing of the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, the opposition is out of the house. And Mr. Deputy, I think your point is correct, Mr. Deputy, because from coming into this house, I sat where I have traditionally been assigned, and I've traditionally been wherever I've been from day one. Speaking from where I've spoken from, I've always, for some reason, ended up speaking late in the night. But you know the thing with me, I know that when God places whom He calls in any position, that's the right place for Him to be. If God places me in the lion den, I say, thank you, Jesus. See, God says, if you make up your bed in hell, I am there. In heaven, I am there. I could be in the belly of the whale, I am there. My duty is, at the end of the day, to always represent my Creator, the God of truth, the God of justice. And I love a good Bible story, Mr. Speaker. But in my Bible study class, I always tell my people, be very careful, because I'm an expository preacher. I say, you exegete the Word of God and not eisegete the Word of God. See, exegesis means that you take out of the Word of God exactly what it says. And exegesis means you try to make God's Word say what you want it to say. I always found it interesting that my name was called Reuben. I had no hand in that. I got spanked in a cold place by somebody, and I cried, and they said, that's the ma, that's the pa. I said, okay. Reuben means firstborn, and I find that interesting because I'm my mama's baby. Reuben is an interesting story because, as you know in the Bible, Reuben was the fellow who slept with his father's wife. And it's interesting, as wretched as Reuben is, Reuben had the God conscience, the moral conscience to know that family don't hurt family. I love Joseph. Joseph was an exceptional young man with no guile in his mouth. Joseph was thrown in the pit and no guile in his mouth. Joseph was sold and he was moved on up to the point that he managed Pharaoh's house, which was equivalent to a big hotel because it had many rooms and servants, and he promoted and he managed Pharaoh's house. When he first got out of that pit, his first chance to serve, he was put in Potiphar's house. And he served in Potiphar's house, many rooms, like a nice hotel. He got accused of rape. But he didn't do it. Nowhere did you hear Joseph criticize or condemn Potiphar. In a sense, he sympathized with Potiphar. And he went into prison. Into prison and in the pit of prison. He stayed true to his godly character, his Judeo-Christian value. And you know what? Be concerned about who promotes us, but God says, I promote you and set you before me. Promotion comes from God, not manipulation and conniving, not spite. Your gift make room for you and set you before kings. And he stayed true to his godly character, and that worked for Joseph and brought him out of that and put it before king. What if he had a bad attitude and anger and venom? Could he have served Pharaoh and eventually bring about the change needed for his whole nation? When he met his brothers, he didn't grumble and complain. He stripped himself naked and said, I am one of you. I love a good Bible story. I love it too. But I love the truth. I do feel, however, as Marco Pine Ridge feels that, yeah, it's always the late hour, you know, but like I said, it doesn't mind to me because God timing is good timing. I have a lot more concerns for my community, Pinewood, but I need to speak to this budget debate, and just in case by some reason the name is tarnished, I think I'll speak to the budget debate in somebody else's name. Let me borrow somebody else's name, right? Reuben is a good name. Yeah, I'm going to change my name to Gregory Morse temporarily. Greg used to be here. Gregory Morse says, and I'm adopting this, Mr. Deputy, as it relates to this budget exercise. And this is right after the Minister of Finance in East Grand Bahama spoke. And he posted this on his Facebook page. He said, I've just finished reading the budget communication by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Peter Turnquest. And I'm getting comforted by it. I think somebody said earlier today that when you praise yourself, it ain't worth nothing. So I ain't got nothing good to say for the F&M government. Let me just read somebody else. He said, I'm comforted by it. He said it is thoughtful, realistic, direct, substantive. It is refreshing not to be subject to the fluff and the bombastic buffoonery in this important period. Mr. Morse went on and said, I left reading with a sense that there is a steady hand at the financial helm, and that the essential nation-building, nation-sustaining issues have been grasped. Of course, we will differ on the need for equitable taxation. For the imperativeness to stabilize our country and to get us through this crisis are there. This Greg Morse, former PLP Member of Parliament, also independent, and from Grand Bahama that had how many MPs? 5 and took a dive. Say, Resilience Bahamas, a plan for restoration, is well titled. Man even likes the title. Thank you, Honorable Peter Turnquest, and to the Cabinet for their thoughtful, humane budget. Credit should be given where credit is due. If Joseph can't say this about his brother, and the Egyptians singing the praises, all I need to say is that the life that I live speak for me.
Order that the document be brought up.
Yeah, thanks. Just stop running out.
Thank you, member.
That's about the debate.
Order that the document do lie on the table. Thank you, Pinewood. Pinewood.
A former parliamentarian from Pinewood, cabinet minister, and also the AG under the last administration. So I guess I can say Pinewood, say the same. And this is just a part excerpt from her video. She said, our government, as relates to the handling of this pandemic, all the complaints we just heard. See, our government took rapid steps to make sure that our public health system will not be overwhelmed. And we understand what that all meant. She said the way we have approached it has been very, very successful. Alison Maynard Gibson. So I stand and say I support that too. So nobody didn't blow nobody horn. Persons with an unbiased view looked upon the situation without guile, without bitterness, without revenge. I mean, even when Jesus went to the cross, he didn't have guile.
No.
And came to the conclusion that this budget was right for this time, this place, this space, and this season. And I find it strange that I understand why Jesus said, he that have an ear, let him hear, he that have an eye, let him see. Because some people refuse to see what's in the front of them because their eyes are darkened. And how can we serve from a position of hate? How can we love with a position of hate? The Bible says that if you hate your brother, you know what they call you, right? So we don't indulge in hate. We are here for nation building. So, Mr. Speaker, let me get to the point of nation building. First of all, I want to say a heartfelt thanks to all of our police officers and all of our prison officers and the defense force officers and the nurses and the garbage men. Those persons that kept us going throughout this pandemic, and indeed the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, I must simply say thank you. They're part of the team too. And I say thank you. I say thank you to the food serving agencies, the NGOs, the people that stepped up. I say thank you. I say thank you for the people of God that stood up despite the external pressure and say, we will do what's in the interest of the sheep, not what's in the interest of our egos. And for the most part, the churches were silent and they stood their ground and they tended to their people.
Yes.
They tended to their people. All didn't promote it with fanfare, but the churches tended to their people.
Yes. Yes.
And I thank God for them. They did their part. They advised, they consulted with the government, they stood strong, and they did their part. And I thank them. So now we are here today because of prudent leadership, because of cooperation, and because of the steadfast resolve of the majority of the Bahamian people. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to so many persons that have been helping Pinewood throughout this pandemic that has made this year cycle of Pinewood uniquely productive. I think a person like Ms. Davis from Bahamas Waste Management Solutions, and I thank God because, I mean, the simple things you take for granted, you know. Mr. Deputy, you would appreciate the grand thing like the dump. Well, we just appreciate getting garbage collected twice a week and our yards not being a dump and rodents not having chance to gather. And I thank God for the service provider that services Pinewood. They're always there, they're responsive for what we need to do. I thank people from the Salvation Army, and I'm thinking about Ms. Ambrista and the leaders of Salvation Army. Trust me, when my people were in need, I went to every nook and cranny and everywhere I could possibly go to find the help that is needed to assist our people. And I thank them. I thank the few persons who also came up and said, Ramming, we see what you're doing in the community. Let me help you support your community, and I give them thanks. But Pinewood has been doing some tremendous things that we will try to outline for you today for us to appreciate, and there are some outstanding things that must need be addressed. People ask over and over, what's your plan? And I say to them, listen here, my plan is what I said from day one. That's exactly what I would do, and that's exactly what I'm doing. From day one being elected in Pinewood, actually before, and within the second week after being elected, we had a complete community plan because we assessed every street in Pinewood, what needed to be done, how it needed to be done, and we've been working that diligently. So much so today that when you look at the infrastructure work in Pinewood, almost a third of Pinewood has been totally repaved, and I didn't know because I was new to Pinewood until I've seen some of the senior citizens in letters and in messages to me say, Mr. Ramming says it's the first time in 20 years. And all this is happening during the time when the F&M government is was stabilizing this country. I need to talk about Lord Andrews. I went over there fishing one day, and also the funeral of member Carlton Bowleg's family member who died, and I drove to Andrews. I remember going there before under the former administration. I caught a video. Once you pass that sign, I think by the airport, the road, you couldn't get through. You had to go all around. And I was able to drive almost everywhere. I started to get vexed. I said, what happened? You're no paving now. So the whole island looked like it was paved. And not only that, the ones that were white capped were so properly pressed. The tire wasn't on it yet. I'm telling you, and you know I go to the bush. Every nook and cranny in that place, I paved road. If I didn't love the member for Michael, I was coming on vexed and jealous. And I remember because I've been fishing there, and I got videos, you can find it on my YouTube page. When you pass that sign, there's a sign right after the airport. The road stopped, and then you drove the moon. But all through that was being done, and I started to wonder, even when we have to slap budgets, and I sometimes speak with the Minister of Public Works, and I say, boy, I don't know how you all do it. I know you're getting cut short, but all these things happening. All these things happening. You know, Mr. Deputy, in my constituency, we've been seeing the progress happening over and over again. And the works have not been finished, you know. The main road for Pinewood was slated for development. That would have been finished at the beginning of the year. Obviously, there were some issues when Nassau Street had a main problem, and they had to send the equipment to deal with Nassau Street that delayed us. The water works had to be done first because it's not paving that road alone, but the whole road is being reconditioned. The main Pinewood Drive. Pigeon Palm Street is slated to be done. Buttonwood Street is slated to be done already. And I can't wait to listen to the Minister of Public Works and Member of Parliament for Carmichael for you all to hear what else Carmichael is cooking. Because there are a lot of additional things. Why? Because in the midst of all of this, we have a government that is actually listening to Pinewood. And let me help you put this in context, Pinewood always had big shots as MPs. Man, virtually every Pinewood MP was a cabinet minister. All I got going for me, and I say that with pride, is the grace of God and respect for teamwork and fellowship. Yeah. And why is it in 20 years these things couldn't get done in Pinewood? But a person who only got what the man say, you say, humble child takes the grace of God. Seeing things moving in their community and getting work done from around the table that he don't even sit at. But you had big time Attorney General. You had what Curtis was, with Byron was. I'm not from every single one of them. Yeah. But more is happening in the community that has actually happened before, and there's more to come. I tell my residents of Pinewood, I really believe in transparency. I took what we said very, very sincerely, that it is the people's time. And probably unlike everybody else, literally, every week, 3-4 times a week, I give my community their updates. I let them know what's going on. They know the schedule of their MP. They know when I'm going to Public Works to find out things. They know when I'm going to housing to look into this. They know when I'm going here to do that. Because it is important. They know when I'm asking them to come and take advantage of opportunities that the government have. Come and fill this application form. Come to do this. Because it's important that they understand what is going on. We are leaving here tonight. And there's going to be a long gap going into Monday morning. And what I want our people to take home with them in bed is that, listen here, you need to slow down and you need to listen to what's going on. Because the reality is, it doesn't matter what the opposition say, the only person that is helping you, only team that is helping you, and the only team that can help you, whether you like it or not, within the next 2 years, is this administration. And if you listen to the presentation of the minister responsible for the public service, you would have heard at National Insurance that we have gone above and beyond, and our hearts stand ready to do whatever it takes to keep you afloat. Mr. Speaker, I am building along with our people a community that they own. And guess what we started doing? We already have a series of things. You would have heard me say it before. We know we already have the Commanders Club. Oh, that's up and running. I thank you, Damien. I thank you, LG, Pass, LG, Garnell, Camp. I thank you all so much. Guess who they are? They're residents of Pinewood. They own it. They started. They're sitting there. We just launched. Yeah, Cable Beach, yeah. We just launched. Guess what? The Pinewood Trendsetters, their Toastmaster Club, is actually now set up and going. And guess who helped bring that about? I'm talking about people like Uwanka Paul, Shamin Goodman Davis. Shamin Goodman Davis has done some things before, and Julian Clark. And guess who these persons are? These are persons from the Royal Bahamas Dynamic Enforcers Toastmasters Club. And so the police department is partnering with the community, and now we have another mentorship program that has been launched and is successful and is growing and is vibrant in the community today. So Pinewood is actually growing. Our 12 Bahamas Scout, 12 Bahamas is Foxhill, man. Man, little Foxhill deep in my mouth. The Pinewood Scouts group is up and running. Man, COVID messed us up, sir. COVID messed us up. Because the Pinewood Scout group, along with the 12 Bahamas Scout group, and we do this every year, we are scheduled to go into Hank City, North Luther, and South Luther City, and we go there on Roxanne, and we camp in the bushes for 10 days. 50, 60 children, and there would have been a joint effort between these two communities, and then all of a sudden COVID hit. So you all know as soon as this budget debate over and as soon as the competent authority say y'all can go back on the beach, you're going to find this MP on the beach with a group of his children again, be going fishing, be going camping, because it's a part of the mentorship program, it's a part of the training program that we develop and we are doing inside the community. There are things that are actually physically happening in the community, and we try to make it as transparent as possible. But our people need to learn to pay attention to the details, because rhetoric, like the rhetoric pass, will cause you get so frustrated that somebody could give you something so good, but because you're so vexed, you can't receive it. There are so many things to help you right now. And I tell people point blank, even if you don't like it, your help is here now. Accept the help that is being extended to you right now. And you can't listen to somebody who can't offer you anything. All the opposition can do is wrap themselves around the tree and try to sow doubt in your heart. And I think I saw that in the place called a garden. And that is not the place for us to be in at this point in time. But Pinewood has some things that are very, very strong and very, very important to my heart that needs to be corrected. We've been pushing through, and I want to thank the Minister for Social Services, the member for Short and Shores, as hard as we can. They take advantage of all the government programs, including the small home repairs. Even up until today, again, I thank your office for giving me an update on another 5 persons who would have applied to that, because these are in dire need. We're coming into the hurricane season. We're coming into the hurricane season now, and people's roofs are literally collapsing on them. People are still having chunks of cement dropping in their beds. But there's no way the small home repair can keep up with this. In my work for Pinewood, I go to every nook and cranny looking for help. Because some of the things that Pinewood is making me so vexed that it got to the point I started telling them, I don't know how in the world you could vote PLP. Because when you historically look at the problems in Pinewood, and I'm speaking truth, and I don't mind anybody trying to correct, when you look at it historically, these things have been neglected historically under that 25-year reign of that administration. And not only that, when you look deeper, you will find that the developers and the culprits involved are also close to the bosom of the PLP. They must have smelled I was going to come and ask them about this, because I wanted to ask them to have some compassion and help me to persuade these developers to pay some kind of reparation back to these people to help them with these homes. Because those homes are in such a lousy state of disrepair. People pay off mortgage only to have a house that is fit to be demolished. And we sit there, and because some of these developers were so high up in the political spectrum, they got away with a lot. And people are suffering today, and the government is bearing the burden. And I've consulted lawyer after lawyer after lawyer, and I got to the point and said, you know what, I need a tiger. And I called Fred Smith. I called him on the hospital bed while he was convalescent, and he messaged me back. And I said, there got to be a way. I know about the statute of limitation, but there got to be a way we can help these people, man. Because I ride around these towns and I see these same developers are millionaires and pretending that what happened to Pinewood never exists. I am not one to hold judgment on somebody. If you're rich, you're rich. But that was an injustice. It still is an injustice to this day. And I asked him and said, sir, there got to be a way that the people could get some sort of restitution, some sort of compensation. And if anyone can find something, he can find it. And he gave me some idea, but guess what it brought back to me? Another big problem that I have in Pinewood. One of the biggest problems I have in Pinewood is the people coming together for their own common interests. I want to say to people in the Pinewood community, listen here, man. I see you all come together during elections, FNM, PLP. I want you to come together for yourself, man. I want you to come together for yourself. I want you to come together for your children. I want you to come together for your homes. Let's try to figure out a way in which we can get more assistance on the ground from you all. But I can't fight for you unless you're willing to join me and fight together. And I said that from day one. If you're in the fight, I'm in the fight with you. But I really believe that there should be some sort of reparation paid to those homeowners, because this was a tragedy, travesty. And we allow it to get on and go away too long. Then we have the second issue, Mr. Deputy. And I've written our AG, and I'm going to ask him publicly and otherwise. We need to now address the community of Nassau Village, Seabreeze, and Pinewood Association as relate to that debacle with the land. You remember the land issue that arose between our homes and all those residents? It hurts me sometimes even talking because I get angry. I get angry because when persons go to the bank, the bank search their houses out. You pay the bank lawyer that the bank recommend to search your home out. The bank say it's good, then you lose in court, and the bank duck you, and you're left to have to pay somebody else something twice. Man, something is shame. The government is guilty. The bank is guilty. Everybody's guilty. These homeowners didn't steal anything. What happened to indemnity insurance? Why does these people have to get to the point where they're now paying double mortgages on their houses over and over again, and they did wrong? And the people who does acquire land get away, but these persons who purchase land, pass the mustard, pick a lawyer that the bank say. Listen, when somebody come and say, I give you 10 choices, pick whatever one you want, you didn't have a choice. Because every one of them 10 is their choice. So the bank gave you a lawyer, make you pay for that lawyer. And then when that lawyer work came up short, the bank abandoned you and say, that's your problem? What kind of country is this? That's a problem. Now we are to a point where this administration, although we were going through a lot of debt, still decided to pay this off, and we had reached to the point where last year that the debt should have been satisfied with our homes. But the people need an update. Our people need an update. If it ain't no big fluffy update, let's just meet and give them an update. And I'm telling you, if you see the pain and feel the pain of those persons who they just lost. They just lost. And they just want answers. And this is what they need to do inside and outside of Pinewood. We need to get this done now on behalf of Nassau Village and on behalf of Seabreeze, on behalf of all those homes that fall within that network. This is what must be done. This year coming into Pinewood, we will be addressing a series of different things. COVID-19 has set us back far, far away. From the time of Dorian to now, we have never ceased to provide food for the residents of Pinewood. And quite frankly, I deliver the vast majority myself. I went to college, and I would come back with a duffel bag that I got from an army surplus store, long duffel bag like that, to hold all my books and stuff because I didn't leave things in the dorm. And I would literally fill that with grocery, put that on my shoulder, and go through the community randomly. And was doing that for 6 months straight. During Dorian, we provided the vouchers and the food, I think almost for $21,000. I didn't even know where that come from. I didn't know where it come from. Sometimes I tell people, say, I don't have it today, but God is provide by tomorrow. I'll call you back. And you know what most of the time happens in Pinewood? And only they can testify that. The majority of them don't have to call the MP office, For some strange reason, and this may sound strange, but this is the truth, as sure as God lives. I drive and I get in my car, I load up the car back trunk with food, and I say, Lord, where you want me to go? And I drive through Pinewood, and sometimes just as I drive in, somebody step out on the porch. And I stop there. Sometimes up until 9 o'clock in the night, I drive into and I knock on the door. When I was camping, I remember meeting these young girls way in the back of Pinewood near Sadie Curtis, and someone said, go to them. Just go to them. I remember the house that they was in. And I went there to knock on the door. When I knocked on the door, I didn't even know that was his church. It was somebody who I knew. Interact with me, but I didn't know the state that he was in. And he broke down quiet and said he needed food for his family. He didn't even know. And I said, I didn't even know you live here. I only came here because these girls dropped in my spirit. And I said, I'm going to this house. I said, I know it's late, but I'm going to this house, and I'm going to take this food. And you take it there. I brought this other lady one time, and I think it was, I ain't call the street. And I pulled up, and she was just outside, looked like she's on the phone. And guess what? You'll be surprised that after 2 years, plenty people ain't know you. Didn't even know I was the MP. I didn't introduce myself as the MP in the first instance. She found out probably by the time the conversation almost finished up. And I said, hey, how you doing? What's going on with you? Come to find out she just got home. Somebody hit her car. Her car was wrecked up. She didn't have nothing, no food in the house. She tried to figure out what she need to do. And she just said, boy, I don't know what I can do with how I can make ends meet. And guess what she had? 2 duffel bags. Right there in their house. And the reason why some things I don't publish is because I really, really believe that God will reward you what you do in secret. God will reward you openly. And you know what, too? I don't want people to think the Reuben reward is to win the next election. I saving some for God to pay me. Because he's paid better than all y'all. Sorry about that. I saving some for when he pays. And then, but most importantly, you know, I've learned that God's gifts don't come with sorrow. So I'm not going to go ahead and buy a lady a pair of stockings and then post it on Facebook. Even to the young fathers, when I got to give them something, if the child around, I say, no, come back this way, because they need to see daddy bringing that food, not the MP.
That's right.
So what I just did was I got double bang for my buck, because I wanted to empower that child. But if I go there wanting to empower the MP brought that clothes.
That's right.
During Christmas times, and there was needy people in the community, and we go shopping, and we call it, what do you need? And we get brand new clothes to them. I said, no. Come, we pull in front of the neighbor gate, come to the car, bam. You go in your house and you have a Merry Christmas with your children. You ain't got to know that they come from the MP. I mean, how dare me walk into your house when you hurting? Your children damn feeling they ain't getting no Christmas from nobody else. And I can steal the thunder from mommy or, man, the devil got to be a liar.
That's right. He's a bugger man. He's a liar.
You know, because we're trying to serve people in a proper way, in a proper level, so that they have dignity, so that the love be given them without sorrow.
That's right. The blessing had no sorrow.
I hate lines. I don't have people waiting for me in my constituency office. Quite frankly, I hardly ever be in my constituency. I sit in the front of the constituency on my phone. I have a policy in my constituency of you take the time to come to my office, I make the time to return a call to you.
Be working for them.
And I come to your house and I come to your door. You know, I found interesting, you know, I guess everybody goes through this. Sometimes people on Facebook will say, oh, he don't be around there. And I look in the phone, and one time, this is a special time, 3 people said it one time on the post, so there's all to one corner. And I put the number, I put the name of my phone, and I put right back. First I said to them, I said, listen here, don't ever speak for your corner, speak for yourself. Sorry, I was engaged, people. I said, you can't speak for your corner because you don't know what I do. Speak for yourself.
That's right.
Then I put this person's name in my phone, all this chat pull up in my phone, and you on blind saying, you ain't see me, I ain't never been to my corner, you can't, and I post online, I said, hold on, you got my cell number.
Right.
Then I still go on, pull up to the house. As soon as I pull up to the house, the children run out, see the man who bring us the school bags and everything else. Then Grammy run out and say, Mr. Rami, you come back with something again.
Oh.
It happens over, just because you don't know don't mean I ain't been there.
Right.
What I do to ensure the experience of my kids, I stopped doing the grand giveaway, no offense to those who do it. I load the stuff in my car, because I want to meet my people. And if I have 1,000 bags to give out, I guarantee you at least 800 of them I give it out myself. Sometimes I'm going to give an organization or a church couple, and I drive and I go and I move around. That's how I learn my people. That's how I interact with my people. Do you know that I went shopping for my teachers in Miami? All of us went shopping in Miami. And we have fun in Pinewood. So here it is, the MP walking around in Miami, live on Facebook with all the teachers, moving to this place called A and A. They tell me where to go to find the teacher stuff. And I looking around, should I get 2 of that? And they're on Facebook with me live, all of them. Say, no, get 3 of them, get 4 of them, get some of that. I come back with suitcase load of stuff, the teachers come and help. When this COVID-19 came, I was watching it from December. And I think Pinewood may be the only constituency who actually may have had a town hall meeting about it, and that was on January the 6th. I would have called it earlier, but I gave it a whole week notice to get people to come, because I was concerned. Because I'm not a reactionary leader, I try to look down the road. And I was concerned, and even back then, where we had the Ms. McMillan, the chief medical officer, and Ms. Garville from Parliament, World Health, and they came and they spoke to the community. And even then, at that time, they didn't expect it to come. They said, well, it's that far. But I was concerned because I said, any chance of a risk to my people, I need to get them prepared. And so we called that meeting ahead of time. All people then start to prepare. I say, you know, Lord, if this crisis coming, just gonna throw the budget out of the window. And you know, this time I'm going shopping for my teachers, because I get to know all of them in Pinewood. And so many times we do back to school for students, but we forget how important it is to motivate. And I see some of you all doing this with your teachers too, and I commend you for that, to give them that shot in the arm. And so what I did was I ordered all my school supplies. And I put that aside, because I said, we're about to go to do battle with this COVID thing. This is long before it even reach. I said, let's get that out of the way. Because if we got to fight COVID, this could drive me up the hill. And I want to be in December, not to be able to just roll with my program. And so we got all that aside. So I'm going to tell the teachers come August again. So help me God, if the borders opening up, we're going to deal with you wholeheartedly. I spoke with the Ministry of Education, because all the youth programs we've had in Pinewood, I'm concerned about them. We need to bring them back together because of COVID-19. And I love the program that the Ministry of Education is doing with the laptops. And so because of that, there was a commitment that I'm making, that I'm going to purchase laptops. And I agree with the strategy of the Ministry of Education to give to those who are on the school lunch program and the most needy first. But I'm going to get some for some of my kids. But I'm not a slacker who just give people things for no reason. I am getting for those children who took the time and be a part of those organizations, I'm giving to them. This is not a wholesale one. And it's very simple though. If a child miss out, it's because you never chose to send them to archery. You never chose to send them to scouts. You never chose to send them to any of the different things. There's nothing cold-hearted about it. But how can I reward those who do nothing and ignore those who actually participate? I'm trying to get my constituency to work in unison to participate. So I'm going to encourage what I like. And so we're going to provide those children so they can be motivated to come into the programs that's going on. We have been working on a digital platform in Pinewood for the last 2 years, because I anticipate that there's going to come a time where we're going to be able to maximize our economy. I don't see Pinewood as a constituency. I keep telling them, you are an economy. I say if any store has 8,000 guaranteed clients, it's a successful store. Any business, I say any waterman that has 8,000 clients is a successful waterman. We sit here saying we need, but all you need to do is get together. We have worked on our Pinewood Cooperative, but the problem is getting people together. So we're launching a platform that's called Pinewood in Unison. Where is that? And that's a dynamic platform. It's holistic. It's going to include everything from the membership base, and it's going to bring together everyone that it's not a job spike. It is actually a platform that markets and supports every business entity in Pinewood, so persons can have an online experience. Everyone will have their online digital accounts, so they can get paid offline. And if you're mama and you're a retired banker, and you have specialty skills, we could market that out there. Maybe somebody just need a business plan. Maybe somebody just need a day worker. Maybe somebody just need a painter. And they could come and they could bid, and you will be rated. So you can't do shabby work. So what we will do, we bring everybody together so that we could turn Pinewood into a central point where you can get your services and everybody can make money. And the portal pays itself, but the portal gets a commission from everything else, so it sustains itself. This will be launched in July. So that when we struggle with issues with jobs, people can realize that you have these job opportunities going on in your community right now. When I was campaigning in Pinewood, I was so mystified, and I spoke to some of the young men. I see him moving around. I said, what do you do? He said, I'm an electrician. I said, what kind? He said, two-phase. I said, what do you do? I'm a carpenter. He said, what do you do? I do sheetrock. I said, you all do know if all you all come together, you all can compete with Moscow? I said, you all run around looking for subcontracting job. So I've already set aside and put in escrow monies for the legal fees and the services. I just need the people to come together. Well, all the young men, I said, you gotta understand, this ain't me paying, because I ain't paying for nothing that I gotta keep paying for. I invest in you, like how you prime a pump, and keep you going, but you got to be able to take care of yourself. Now I need the young men to come on in and understand, bring your skills together, be reliable, we'll quantify it, we'll hire professionals if we need. You may not make money at the first instant, and we can go for some of them government contracts like every other person else. We can go for some of these other home contracts going over there. And when it does, you do the same thing. Even those who are established contractors, say you could be a part of that. I say, because when we do the company, we will subcontract to you. And the money stays within the community. And I want all community entities to have a fund that goes towards community endowment. So our children can have some more money to help them in education, so we don't have to rely too much on Miriam Emanuel and Jeffrey Lloyd all the time. We can do things from among ourselves. This platform is designed to do that, to take us to the next level. But we can't go nowhere unless we are prepared to always be honest and serious with our people. Now I have some warnings to some people too. Because as a member of Parliament, it is my duty to defend Pinewood against everything, foreign and domestic. You know what that means? If I gotta spank a resident, I can spank you. No, see, we talk bad about politicians, but nothing more manipulative than the populace. And when you believe it or not, all that's come from the populace. So I tell you, when you say being a politician bad, I say, you notice what you said, right? Everyone in here is being. So we come from you. But sometimes the most manipulative people, when you think you're getting swing, I bet you every one of y'all gets swing more from your constituents than you swing anybody in your life. One is sharp. But as an MP, I don't mind when you get upset and threaten not to vote for me. I can stand for right and wrong is wrong. We have been dealing with the matter for years. It's been going on to Byron, to Kalis, to Addison, Mayor Gibson, and the buck finally, completely, and utterly stops here with this statement. That gas company in Walnut Street, I've dealt with you over and over again. I got your eviction notice come in. You're still moving those trucks in. Deep in the night, when it's raining, people calling me panicking because as the wind blows and those limbs start to arc with spark, people thinking your trucks are going to catch on fire. You still sneak your trucks into Pinewood. But I'm going to let you know, if the authority don't move on this swiftly, if I see you in Pinewood again, I am going to personally make representation to the authorities to have your license revoked. This ain't no game. In November last year, right at the junction of East Street and Soldier Road, one of those gas trucks suddenly discharged all its contents. I have the photo of it because people who know my concern about it send it to me. And thank God nothing sparked. You look at it, it looked like a whole cloud came down on earth. It just suddenly discharged. One time I went there and I was grieving my spirit, and I went into Pinewood around 10 p.m. I had to go to church, and something said go. And I followed my spirit, and I reached there and I caught a video about the truck that he was hiding them in the bushes. And I caught a video there because I was angry. That very night, we had AK-7 gun firing that killed a person in Miss Elizabeth House on Maple Street, just a stone throw away from there. You know how far an AK-47 bullet could travel? What if it had intercepted one of those things? And here it is, the license made it very, very clear, you know. So right now, you don't care about nobody, so why should the MP care about you? I've talked to you before I started running. During the campaign, I said, Mom, I can help you get this out of Pinewood. I'm telling you honest, when we come to power, you said there was land government give you. I said, if that's the case, I will help you, but you got to work with me because this can't stay in Pinewood. I waited for a whole year. They play games. So exactly 1 year, the budget debate, I started proceeding in Public Works. And I'm talking to you no more. This got to go. Your license clearly said the LPG trucks used for this operation, and it's underlined, must be parked at your proposed LPG plant located on Glaston Road. All right, when not in use, etc., at the close of business day, each working day, and on weekends. So in other words, even when you're trucking working, you're supposed to park it there, not in a residential area. This will not be Rubens Rubisque. I'm not going to sit there and let a potential like that happen. No, it's not going to happen under my watch. What if, God forbid, something happens? Listen now, even though when you die and you don't worry about insurance money, the insurance would, if they have insurance, it wouldn't help because you're in breach of your license. I have police reports, I have footage, I have everything else. So I'm saying again, if another resident call me and these trucks are parked to Walnut Street, you're gonna see the softer side it says. Because I'm going as a private person and I will do all I can. And I will go to the licensing authority, I'll present the evidence, and you will lose your business. If money is more important than public safety, you don't need to be in this kind of business. And I stand behind that. And I don't care who gets upset about it. I have a duty of care to these people, man. I have a duty of care to the resident of Pinewood, and I will live up to that duty of care. So let somebody come, but, oh, he destroying small businesses. Okay, fine, that one burn. So if you like your business, just go and do business. Come in Pinewood, sell gas, and go. And let me make it clear. Not filling those little small tanks that I have video of you filling from a big gas truck in people's trunk. Stop it. And I need this to be emphatically clear, because when I post on Facebook, they respond to me and try to play stupid. If you respond to me stupid, I going at you. Because I am tired of it. It is wrong. You can smell the gas fumes 600 feet down from where they park the truck. How do I know in the yard of certain senior citizens, because you know everybody. They complain about the times and they smell in the scent and they trace it all their housing and gas leaking in their house. You cannot endanger the public life like this. This cannot happen, and it will not happen not under my watch. So we're building a Pinewood community. We're building this strong, and I want my people to understand. And I'm going to use the words of Celine Pinden. Don't listen to this small noise in the market. You got to listen to the price of fish. The budget that is presented is helping you. The risk that we are taking is helping you. And to the matter as related to the Bahamian people over there, I can speak from those, because we just had a flight of persons repatriated here from CARICOM Nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and those. And to the best of my knowledge, those persons that I called and I was confirming, and those who I engaged, those Bahamian people were happy and satisfied with the government helping them get home. Why are we going to listen to Pine Ridge on that? We saw, remember the video of the food and all that stuff going on in there? We heard the government didn't respond. The people were saying how the service was excellent, how they appreciate what the government was doing for them. So how can anybody stand up in this House of Assembly and try to make it seem like the government is taxing their people? I asked. Listen, if you look on my phone, I interact with all those people that are stranded in the CARICOM Nation. When they on a plane going to Miami, I know. When they land, I know. I double check with them. Did you fill out this form? Did you didn't fill? I said, listen here, when you go in quarantine, let me know. I say, my job is finished. Did you tell me you home? And none of them had even asked for fares to be paid, because they had it. Am I saying nobody? I'm saying to my knowledge, none. And quite frankly, those who are assistants, because my job, when I ask them, I find out their situation. Are you in need? How things going with you? Are you safe? Because foreign affairs escalate according to your need. We ain't gonna pay a plane ticket if you don't have a situation where you need a plane ticket. And we can't justify it. I have two persons that we are helping with food and so on and so forth, but I don't know of anybody, I don't know what it's talking about, or making them pay and all that different type thing. The government has gone above and beyond, and I just got a report that even those that just landed here on ZNS was thanking the government for how they've been treated with their repatriations. So I don't know how anybody can stand here. And I'll end on this note, I have a duty of care because of my own faith. I can't stand here and just simply tell a blatant lie. Every time I stand in this house, I stand to be corrected and watch how much times I am corrected, because I don't have the time to lie. When you could sit down and you could prepare this out, our heart has to be in the right place. That's all I'm saying. David wasn't perfect, but he had a heart for God. He had a heart for God, people. All of us are MPs are going to make mistakes. But if your heart is in the right place, if you treat people the way you expect to be treated, if you do your job properly, if you do your best and don't stress, well, you know, you see I'm green now, right? Boy, listen here, I ain't 50 yet. You know, God will reward you and the people will love you. So to my residents of Pinewood, in closing, I invite you on this weekend to take the time and listen carefully over to the budget debate. Take your time to learn what's in the budget debate for you. And I guarantee you this go round, as I did the first go round, the second go round, and the third go round. The job of your MPs is to ensure that you get your piece of the pie. And I guarantee, I don't know if it's cherry, I don't know if it's apple, I don't know if it's strawberry, but Pinewood getting a slice of this budget. And do not listen to people who haven't voted for anything that happened good for you yet. The money you get, they all said no to it. The benevolence that we given, you all say no to it. The loans that we getting to help you in your homes, they all say no to it. Every single thing that's keeping this country afloat, they have been voting no for it. So what that means, they have no moral authority to have opinion as related to anything we're doing for you, because they didn't ask or vote for $1 to help you in your time of need. So with that, Mr. Deputy, Pinewood West, I thank you so much. I fully support this budget. I support the work of our administration, and I support us going home and having a very good weekend. Pinewood West.
Thank you, member for Pinewood. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Fox Hill. Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Deputy, I do now move that the House suspends until 10 a.m. Monday, the 15th of June, 2020.
It's been moved and seconded that this honorable House suspends until the 15th of June, 2020 at 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing will rise. This honorable House is suspended until the 15th of June, 2020 at 10 a.m.
All right.